Hello, good evening. I think you've had a wonderful day and deserve some time to relax. Now we have two stories. The first is about a journey to Jupiter, and the second is about a beautiful call for help in a language they've never seen. I'd appreciate it if you'd like and comment on the stories and tell me which country you're listening to me from. So, let's get right to it. Sleep tight. There were so many galaxies, suns, planets, meteors in the void of space, but there were still voids. Without light, everywhere was dark. The silver vessel Whisper drifted through the cosmic void like a sleeping bird, her hull gleaming with the soft light of distant stars. Thomas stood at the observation deck, his weathered hands pressed against the cool glass, watching the great sphere of Jupiter grow larger with each passing hour. The planet's bands of amber and rust swirled in endless patterns, hypnotic and ancient, each stripe a river of atmosphere deeper than any ocean on Earth. "She's beautiful," Goldie whispered beside him, her voice carrying the warmth that had sustained them through countless journeys across the void. Her golden hair caught the planet's reflected light, creating small halos that danced as she moved her head, each strand seeming to capture and hold starlight, like precious metal spun into silk, like a marble painted by gods who had eternity to perfect their craft. Thomas nodded slowly, his grey eyes that had seen nebulae birth stars and watched black holes devour light itself, fixed on the massive world before them. "Beautiful and dangerous," he said, his voice steady but tinged with the deep respect that came from 7 years of wandering the galaxy's more treacherous reaches. "The storms down there have raged for centuries, some larger than our entire home world, spinning in patterns that predate human civilization. The Whisper had been their companion for those 7 years, a craft built for silence and grace rather than brute speed or overwhelming power. Her engines hummed with the gentleness of a cat's purr, barely audible even in the ship's quiet corridors during the deep space watches, when the universe seemed to hold its breath. She was small enough for 2 souls to call home, large enough for dreams, and the equipment needed to chase them across the galaxy's spiral arms. Every surface of the ship bore the subtle wear of long voyaging, the gentle rounding of edges touched by countless hands, the soft polish that came from years of careful maintenance, the 1,000 tiny modifications that had been made during their travels, a handrail smoothed by Goldie's touch during particularly rough passages through asteroid fields, a display screen that Thomas had angled precisely to catch the light just so during his morning observations. These were the marks of a ship that was not merely a tool but a home, a third member of their partnership in exploration. "The atmospheric probe is ready," Goldie reported, checking the instruments with practiced ease. Her fingers moved like a pianist's across the controls, each touch deliberate and sure, informed by years of experience with systems that had to work perfectly or leave them stranded in the void. "The descent capsule will protect us through the outer layers. All the seals are intact. The pressure compensation is calibrated for Jupiter's specific atmospheric composition." She paused in her work, running through the checklist one more time. It was a ritual they had developed over the years, not from lack of confidence in their abilities, but from understanding that space forgave no shortcuts, overlooked no details. Every system had to be perfect, every contingency planned for, every backup tested and ready. Thomas turned from the window, his expression thoughtful. They had explored nebulae that sang in colors beyond naming, their gases forming natural symphonies of light that could be heard through radio telescopes. They had walked through asteroid gardens, where crystal flowers bloomed in hard vacuum, sustained by solar radiation and magnetic fields, creating impossible beauty in the emptiness between worlds. They had danced with comet spirits in the outer reaches of solar systems, beings of ice and ancient memory, who remembered the formation of planets. But Jupiter was different, ancient beyond measure, powerful in ways that made other celestial bodies seem fragile as soap bubbles. A world of layers within layers, secrets within secrets, mysteries that had confounded astronomers for centuries, and would likely confound them for centuries more. "Are you certain about this?" he asked, not from fear. Thomas had long ago learned to transform fear into respect and caution, but from the careful consideration that had kept them alive through 7 years of wandering the galaxy's more dangerous reaches. "Once we enter her atmosphere, there's no turning back until we reach the other side. The pressure gradients, the electromagnetic fields, the sheer scale of the weather systems will be committed to a path we can't fully predict." Goldie smiled, that radiant expression that could warm the coldest void between galaxies, light up the darkest nebula. "Thomas, when have we ever chosen the safe path?" Her eyes sparkled with the mischief that had first drawn him to her, back in the days when they had been separate souls dreaming of stars from the surface of a world that suddenly seemed too small for their shared vision. "Besides," she added, her voice taking on that particular tone of wonder that meant she was already imagining the discoveries ahead, "I've always wondered what lies beneath those clouds, what songs the deep storms sing, what forms life might take in a world where the very concept of solid ground is meaningless." The preparation took an hour and a half, their movements synchronized through years of partnership that had taught them to work as smoothly as a single mind in 2 bodies. They sealed the Whisper within her protective shell, a cocoon of advanced materials that would shield them from the crushing pressures below, layers of compressed carbon stronger than diamond, fields of electromagnetic force that could deflect charged particles, thermal regulators that could maintain comfortable temperatures even in the heart of a gas giant. The descent would be gentle, controlled, like sinking into warm honey that grew denser with depth. Every meter would be monitored, every system checked and rechecked. They had learned long ago that the universe rewarded patience and punished haste with equal measure. As they worked, Thomas found his mind drifting to their first meeting, 7 years, and what seemed like a lifetime ago. He had been a scholar of astronomical phenomena, content to study the universe from a safe distance through telescopes and mathematical models. Goldie had been a pilot and explorer, her ship small and fast, her hunger for direct experience burning like a star in her eyes. "The universe is too beautiful to see only through instruments," she had told him on their first night together among the stars. "It needs to be touched, breathed, experienced with every sense we possess." She had been right, of course. 7 years of wandering had taught them both that the universe was not merely a collection of objects moving through space, but a living thing, conscious in ways that defied easy understanding, responsive to the intentions and dreams of those brave enough to venture into its depths. Jupiter's gravity began to take hold of them, invisible hands reaching across the void to embrace their small craft. The sensation was subtle at first, just a slight adjustment in the Whisper's attitude, a gentle tug that pulled them away from their original trajectory and toward the waiting mystery of the planet's atmosphere. "Gravitational influence increasing," Goldie reported, her voice taking on the calm professionalism that marked important transitions. "We're entering Jupiter's sphere of influence, all systems responding normally." Thomas checked the external sensors, watching as the planet's powerful magnetic field began to interact with their ship's own protective fields. Jupiter's magnetosphere was vast, extending far beyond the planet itself, an invisible ocean of charged particles and electromagnetic forces that could fry unprotected electronics in seconds. The Whisper's shielding handled it easily, but the readings were still impressive. "Her magnetic field is incredible," he murmured, studying the displays. "It's like she's alive. The patterns, the way the field lines pulse and shift, it's almost organic." "Maybe she is," Goldie said softly, her eyes fixed on the growing planet ahead of them. "Alive, I mean, not in the way we understand life,
but in some larger sense, to consciousness made of gravity and gas and time itself. The idea wasn't as far-fetched as it might have seemed to earlier generations of explorers. They had encountered too much in their travels to dismiss any possibility out of hand. Crystal beings that fed on starlight, gas clouds that showed signs of intentional organization, quantum entities that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The universe was far stranger and more wonderful than any theory could encompass. As Jupiter's gravity took firmer hold of them, Thomas felt the familiar flutter in his stomach that came with crossing the threshold between the known and unknown. It was a feeling he had come to treasure over the years, that moment of transition when the familiar fell away and the universe opened up to reveal new wonders. The planet's magnetosphere embraced their small craft more tightly now, guiding them toward the swirling clouds with invisible hands that Thomas could feel through the ship's systems. The Whisper responded to the guidance like a dancer responding to music, her movements graceful and sure despite the immense forces at work around them. Entry in 30 seconds, Goldie announced softly. Around them, the ship's systems hummed their quiet lullabies, every component working in perfect harmony, every circuit and processor dedicated to keeping them safe in the hostile environment they were about to enter. The stars behind them began to fade as Jupiter's bulk filled their entire view, its cloud bands resolving into individual storm systems, each one a world unto itself. Thomas took a deep breath, feeling the familiar mixture of excitement and reverence that marked the beginning of every great exploration. "Whatever we find down there," he said quietly, "we face it together." "Always," Goldie replied, her hand finding his across the narrow space between their seats. "Together in wonder, together in discovery, together in whatever mysteries wait beneath those ancient clouds." Then they were falling. Chapter 2. The Outer Reaches. The first layer of atmosphere welcomed them like silk curtains parting before a gentle breeze. Wisps of high-altitude clouds streamed past their windows in ghostly ribbons, pale yellow and cream, thin as breath, delicate as spun glass. The Whisper barely trembled as she descended, her stabilizers adjusting with mechanical grace to every subtle change in the atmospheric density. "Temperature rising slowly," Goldie murmured, her voice taking on the ritualistic cadence of descent procedures, each word measured and calm. "Pressure building gradually. She's treating us gently, like honored guests arriving at a palace gate." The transition was so smooth it was almost imperceptible. One moment they were in the hard vacuum of space, the next they were surrounded by the outermost tendrils of Jupiter's atmosphere. But what atmosphere it was! Not the thin, familiar mixture of nitrogen and oxygen that cradled their birth world, but an alien soup of hydrogen and helium, ammonia and methane, compounds that would be deadly to human lungs but created beauty beyond description in their natural state. Thomas watched the altimeter's steady progression, numbers scrolling past that represented depths no human had ever explored, pressures no surface dweller had ever experienced. But his attention was caught by something else. A sound, barely audible, like wind chimes in a distant room, musical notes played on instruments that didn't quite exist. "Do you hear that?" he asked, tilting his head toward the hull, where the sound seemed to emanate from the very structure of the ship itself. Goldie paused in her monitoring, listening with the trained ear of someone who had learned to recognize the 1,000 different sounds a ship could make, each one carrying information about systems and stresses, and the health of the vessel that carried them through the void. But this was different, not mechanical, not structural, but somehow organic. The sound was there, just at the edge of perception, musical and strange, like nothing in their experience but somehow familiar nonetheless. "The atmosphere," she breathed, understanding dawning in her voice. "It's singing." As they descended deeper, the sound grew clearer, not louder, but more complex, more layered. Harmonies began to emerge from what had seemed like simple notes, melodies weaving in and out of each other like voices in a cosmic choir. It was as if the very air molecules were orchestrating some vast symphony, each particle contributing its own microscopic note to a composition that spanned the entire planet. The clouds around them began to thicken, taking on deeper hues as the sun's light filtered through increasing layers of atmosphere. The pale yellows darkened to amber, The creams warmed to gold, creating a twilight realm that seemed to exist outside normal time. Shafts of Jupiter's distant sun pierced the vapor in golden spears, each beam creating columns of illuminated mist that rose and fell like breath made visible. "We're entering the first major cloud deck," Thomas reported, but his voice held wonder rather than mere clinical observation. The world outside had become a cathedral of mist and light, vast and solemn and beautiful beyond words. Every direction he looked revealed new structures in the clouds, arches and pillars, domes and spires, all formed by the natural flow of gases, but arranged with such precision they seemed almost intentional. Strange shapes began to move in the clouds around them, not solid, but patterns in the mist that suggested vast, slow creatures swimming through the sky. Goldie pressed closer to the window, her breath fogging the glass as she strained to get a better view of the phenomena unfolding around them. "Look at that," she whispered, pointing to a formation that was approaching from their starboard. A pod of what could only be called cloud whales drifted past their small craft, each one the size of a mountain, their forms shifting and flowing like living weather systems. They moved with ponderous grace, their bodies translucent, shot through with veins of lightning that pulsed in rhythm with the atmospheric song that surrounded them all. The electrical discharges weren't random, they followed patterns, traced pathways through the creatures' forms that suggested nervous systems, circulatory systems, networks of communication and coordination. "Electrical life," Thomas said softly, his scientific mind racing to categorize what he was seeing even as his sense of wonder threatened to overwhelm his analytical faculties. "Living storms, consciousness made of charged particles and magnetic fields." One of the creatures seemed to notice their small craft, turning what might have been its head, a concentration of electrical activity at the front of its massive form toward them. For a moment, Thomas felt the weight of an alien intelligence, vast and patient and utterly benign, examining them with senses that operated on frequencies beyond human perception. The creature's attention was gentle but thorough, like being observed by a cosmic whale that measured thoughts instead of distances. Then the creature sang, a deep resonant note that made the whisper's hull vibrate like a struck bell, the frequency traveling through the ship's structure and into the bones of its passengers. The note was complex, layered with harmonics that conveyed meaning without words, emotion without familiar reference points. It was a greeting, a welcome, an acknowledgement of kinship across the vast gulf that separated their forms of existence. "It's welcoming us," Goldie said, tears forming in her eyes, as the creature's song triggered emotional responses she hadn't expected. "It knows we're visitors. It knows we come in peace and wonder." Other members of the pod began to sing in response, their voices joining the first in a harmony that seemed to embrace the entire cloud layer. The music was ancient, complex, beautiful in ways that transcended species and form. It spoke of eons spent swimming through Jupiter's atmosphere, of storms weathered and territories claimed and claimed again, of a form of life that had learned to thrive in conditions that would destroy any surface-dwelling organism in seconds. Thomas found himself thinking about the vastness of life in the universe, the countless forms consciousness could take when freed from the narrow constraints of planetary surfaces. These creatures had evolved in three-dimensional space, in an environment where the very concepts of up and down were fluid, where solid matter was unknown, and existence was a dance of energy in gas and magnetic fields. "Their nervous systems," he murmured, watching the lightning patterns pulse through the nearest creature's form. "They're using electrical discharges the way we use neurons, but scaled up, distributed through volumes of space larger than cities. And they're old," Goldie added, her voice filled with respect. "Listen to their songs. Those harmonies didn't develop overnight. They've been perfecting this music for millennia." The cloud whales accompanied them for nearly an hour of descent, their massive forms providing escort through the upper reaches of Jupiter's atmosphere. They seemed curious about the small craft and its passengers, occasionally approaching close enough that Thomas and Goldie could see details of their internal structure, networks of electrical activity that pulsed and flowed like rivers of light, magnetic organs that shaped and controlled their movements through the dense gas. As the whisper descended deeper, the pressure and density increasing with every meter, the cloud whales began to fall behind. This wasn't their domain. They were creatures of the upper reaches, adapted to the thin atmosphere, and low pressure of Jupiter's outer layers. But before they departed, they sang one final song, a complex harmony that seemed to carry blessings and safe passage, a musical gift to speed the travelers on their journey into the depths. "They're saying goodbye," Goldie translated, though she couldn't have explained how she understood the meaning of the ethereal music. "And they're telling us to remember them to the deep dwellers. They're giving us a song to carry with us." Thomas nodded, feeling the weight of the trust that had been placed in them. They were not just explorers now, but ambassadors, carrying greetings from one layer of Jupiter's atmosphere to another, connecting communities of consciousness that were separated by pressure and distance but linked by the vast symphony of life that permeated the planet. As they left the realm of the cloud whales behind, the atmosphere around them began to change again. The pressure was increasing noticeably now, the Whisper's hull beginning to compress slightly under the growing weight of gas above them. The temperature was rising too, thermal energy building as they descended deeper into Jupiter's gravitational well. Entering the intermediate zone, Thomas announced, checking their instruments. All systems remained green, all readings within acceptable. But they were moving beyond the realm of easy retreat now. If something went wrong in the depths below, they would need to trust in the Whisper's design and their own skills to carry them through. The clouds here were different, denser, more actively turbulent. Rivers of gas flowed in visible currents, carrying clouds of different colors and compositions in streams that twisted and merged and separated again, in patterns that reminded Goldie of abstract paintings come to life. The lightning was more frequent here too, great bolts that arced between cloud masses with enough energy to power cities, creating brief moments of brilliant illumination that revealed the vast scale of the atmospheric formations around them. "It's like watching the birth of weather," she whispered, her face pressed to the window as she tried to take in the spectacle surrounding them. Every cloud, every current, every electrical discharge, they're all connected, all part of some vast atmospheric machine that's been running since the planet formed. Thomas was monitoring their descent rate, making minor adjustments to keep them on the optimal trajectory through the increasingly dense gas. But part of his attention was captured by the beauty unfolding around them, the interplay of forces that created art on a scale that dwarfed anything conceived by finite minds. The precision of it all, he mused, the way every current flows exactly where it needs to, the way the electrical activity follows patterns that seem almost intentional. It's like the entire atmosphere is conscious, aware of its own processes. "Maybe it is," Goldie replied. "Maybe consciousness isn't limited to discrete organisms. Maybe it can emerge from any sufficiently complex system, and Jupiter's atmosphere is certainly that." They descended through layers of wonder, each zone of the planet's atmosphere revealing new mysteries, new forms of organization that challenged their understanding of what life could be. In the amber depths below the cloud whale's domain, they encountered forests of crystalline formations that grew from nothing, sustained by the complex chemistry of the deep atmosphere. These crystal trees, for they could be called nothing else, swayed in currents of methane and ammonia that moved like underwater rivers through the dense gas. Each tree was unique, formed by the gradual accumulation of trace compounds over centuries, their branches reaching in all directions to catch the exotic nutrients that drifted through their realm. Lightning danced between the crystal trees in displays of blue and violet, but here the electrical activity was different from the chaotic bolts of the upper layers. This lightning was controlled, purposeful, following precise pathways that suggested cultivation rather than random discharge. The trees were farming the electricity, using it to power their growth, to communicate with their neighbors, to participate in the vast network of electrical activity that permeated Jupiter's atmosphere. A forest of living crystal, Goldie breathed, watching as one of the trees near their path pulsed with internal light, its branches shifting slightly to track their passage. "They're aware of us. They're watching." Indeed, the entire forest seemed to be responding to their presence, trees pulsing with synchronized light, electrical patterns flowing between them in waves that reminded Thomas of neural activity. The forest was thinking, communicating, perhaps even deliberating about these strange visitors who had descended from the thin places above. As they passed through the crystal canopy, the Whisper was briefly surrounded by a gentle aurora of colored light, the tree's way of greeting them, a display of welcome that painted their ship in shades of blue and green and violet. The colors flowed across the hull like water, like music made visible, creating patterns that were beautiful beyond description. They're artists too, Goldie whispered, her voice filled with wonder. Everything here is an artist. The clouds, the whales, the crystal trees, they're all creating beauty as they live. Thomas nodded, understanding that they were witnessing something unprecedented, an entire ecosystem of consciousness, each level adapted to different pressure and temperature conditions, but all connected by the vast symphony of electromagnetic activity that made Jupiter more than just a ball of gas. It was a living entity, a planet-sized organism with thoughts that manifested as weather patterns and dreams that took the form of crystal forests and electrical waves. But they were not yet at the deepest levels, not yet at the heart of the mystery that called to them from Jupiter's core. The pressure readings continued to climb, the temperature gauges showed steady increases, and the Whisper continued her long descent into realms that no surface dweller had ever imagined, let alone explored. Chapter 3. The Realm of Pressure. The pressure's getting serious now, Thomas noted, his voice calm but alert, as he monitored the readouts that tracked their ship's structural integrity. They were deep enough now that the Whisper's hull was beginning to compress measurably, though still well within the safety margins her designers had built into every system. The atmospheric pressure outside was approaching levels that existed nowhere in the surface worlds, pressures that could crush ordinary matter into exotic states, that transformed familiar substances into forms that bore no resemblance to their surface counterparts. The clouds here were darker, richer in color than anything they had encountered in the upper reaches. Deep oranges and burgundies swirled past their windows, created by complex chemical reactions that occurred only under extreme pressure. The colors reminded Goldie of autumn on worlds where seasons changed with genuine leaves and genuine cold. But there was nothing earthly about the precipitation that began to streak their windows. It wasn't water that fell around them. Water couldn't exist in liquid form at these temperatures and pressures. Instead, droplets of liquid helium streamed past their craft, but in patterns that defied every law of physics they thought they understood. The helium rain fell upward, streaming toward Jupiter's core in reverse waterfalls of silver light that created rivers in the sky, flowing against gravity as if the very concepts of up and down had become meaningless. The temperature differential, Thomas murmured, his scientific mind working to understand the phenomenon even as his sense of wonder threatened to overwhelm his analytical faculties. Hot gases rising, cool gases sinking, but the helium, he shook his head in amazement. The pressure gradients are so intense that they're creating convection currents that flow in all directions simultaneously. Each droplet of falling helium caught and reflected the strange illumination of this deep realm light that came not from any sun, but from the friction of gases moving at tremendous speeds, from electrical discharges that operated on scales beyond imagination, from the gravitational energy of Jupiter herself as she compressed her own atmosphere into increasingly exotic forms. The result was a light show that painted the dense atmosphere in constantly shifting patterns of silver and gold, creating artificial auroras that danced through the helium rain like captured starlight. The beauty was otherworldly, stunning in its alien magnificence, a reminder that the universe contained forms of art that no surface dweller could create or even imagine. They were deep enough now that the concept of up and down had indeed become fluid, meaningless. The Whisper rode currents of dense gas that flowed in all directions, carrying them through three-dimensional landscapes that existed only in gradients of pressure and temperature, only in the slow dance of elements being compressed toward the planet's mysterious core. Navigation was becoming interesting, Goldie reported, her fingers dancing across the controls as she tried to maintain their planned descent trajectory through the chaotic currents. The gas flows are incredibly complex down here. It's like trying to sail through a three-dimensional ocean where every current flows in a different direction. The ship's sensors painted a picture of their surroundings that challenged comprehension. Layers of gas with different densities and temperatures flowing past each other like immiscible liquids, creating interfaces where the laws of fluid dynamics created phenomena that had no names in any surface language. Rivers of hot hydrogen rose through oceans of cold helium, while streams of exotic compounds flowed
horizontally through both, creating a transport system that connected every part of Jupiter's deep atmosphere in an intricate web of circulation.
A disturbance in the helium rain caught Goldie's attention, a swirling pattern that seemed to move with purpose, rather than merely flowing with the chaotic currents around it. As they watched, the pattern resolved itself into a school of creatures unlike anything they had ever encountered in their 7 years of galactic wandering. Each creature was roughly the size of their ship, translucent as jellyfish, but possessed of an internal structure that pulsed with its own light. They moved through the dense atmosphere like swimmers through water, their forms contracting and expanding in perfect rhythm, propelling themselves through the pressure gradients with ethereal grace. Plasma beings, Goldie breathed, her voice filled with the wonder that never faded, no matter how many impossible things they encountered. They're feeding on the electrical differences in the atmosphere. Look at the way they orient themselves along the magnetic field lines. The creatures were indeed following the invisible pathways of Jupiter's magnetic field, using the planet's electromagnetic structure as a roadmap through the chaotic depths. Their bodies were partially ionized gas held together by magnetic forces, living lightning that had learned to maintain coherent form in the crushing depths of a gas giant's atmosphere. As the whisper passed among them, the plasma beings began to emit soft chimes, not sounds exactly, for sound, as surface dwellers understood, it couldn't travel through the exotic mixture of gases at these pressures, but electromagnetic pulses that their ship's senses translated into musical tones. The result was an ethereal symphony that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, music that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the mind. "They're curious about us too," Thomas said, watching as several of the creatures approached their craft with the cautious interest of wild animals encountering something completely outside their experience, but not afraid. "They recognize us as fellow travelers, I think." One of the plasma beings drifted closer, extending what might have been a sensory organ, a tendril of coherent energy that danced with its own internal lightning. The appendage touched the Whisper's hull with incredible delicacy, and for a moment the entire ship rang like a struck tuning fork, resonating with frequencies that spoke of curiosity, wonder, and gentle intelligence. But there was no threat in the contact, only investigation. The plasma being seemed to approve of what it found in that brief electromagnetic handshake, pulsing once with warm light that painted the surrounding atmosphere in shades of gold and amber before rejoining its companions in their eternal dance through Jupiter's depths. They're migrants, Goldie realized, watching the school's behavior patterns. They travel through the different pressure layers following food sources, energy gradients. It's hard to tell, but they're definitely moving with purpose, not just drifting. Thomas studied the creatures' movement patterns, noting how they coordinated their actions without any visible communication. "They're linked," he said, "some kind of electromagnetic network. Each individual is part of a larger collective consciousness, sharing information, sharing experience." The concept was fascinating, a school of living lightning that functioned as a distributed intelligence, each member contributing to the whole while maintaining its individual identity. It was another reminder of the infinite creativity of consciousness, the countless ways awareness could organize itself when freed from the constraints of solid matter and planetary surfaces. The plasma beings accompanied them for a time, their electromagnetic songs creating a gentle backdrop to the Whisper's descent. Their music was different from the crystal tree's electrical symphonies or the cloud whale's atmospheric harmonies. This was the sound of pure energy, given voice, of consciousness that existed at the intersection of matter and force. As they descended deeper, approaching pressure levels that began to challenge even the Whisper's advanced protective systems, the plasma beings gradually fell behind. Like the cloud whales before them, these creatures were adapted to specific atmospheric conditions, comfortable within particular ranges of pressure and temperature. But before they departed, they offered their own gift.
a pulse of pure energy that flowed through the ship's systems like a blessing, leaving every circuit slightly more efficient, every sensor slightly more sensitive. They've improved our instruments, Thomas realized, watching the displays brighten and clarify as the plasma being's gift propagated through their equipment, given us a better connection to the electromagnetic spectrum down here. A parting gift, Goldie said softly, to help us see more clearly in the depths we're approaching. Deeper they fell, into realms where the very concepts of solid and liquid began to break down, where matter existed in states that had no names in any surface language. The pressure was immense now, measured not in familiar atmospheric units, but in values that approached those found at the cores of smaller planets. The Whisper held steady, her protective shell distributing the crushing force evenly across her structure, but the readings were impressive enough to command respect. "We're approaching the metallic hydrogen layer," Thomas announced, though his voice held none of the clinical detachment such a statement might suggest. They were about to enter a realm that existed nowhere else in the known universe, except in the hearts of gas giants and the cores of stars, a place where matter itself was transformed into forms that challenged the very definitions of solid and liquid, metal and gas. The transition was gradual, like sinking into honey that slowly became silver as they descended. The atmospheric pressure had reached levels where hydrogen, simple familiar hydrogen, was compressed beyond all earthly comprehension, forced to take on properties that seemed almost magical to minds trained in surface physics. Here in the metallic hydrogen sea, hydrogen atoms were squeezed so tightly that their electrons were stripped away, creating a fluid that conducted electricity like a metal while flowing like water. It was matter in a state that surface dwellers could barely imagine, a substance that was simultaneously familiar and completely alien. The Whisper moved through this exotic medium, like a submarine, exploring the deepest trenches of an impossible ocean. The metallic hydrogen was not transparent like the atmospheric layers above. It glowed with its own light, created by the immense pressures and electrical currents that flowed through it in patterns that spanned continents. And here in this deepest realm, they encountered the true natives of Jupiter's heart. Chapter 4: The Deep Dwellers. They appeared first as patterns in the metallic hydrogen sea, geometric shapes that pulsed with their own inner light, structures that seemed to exist at the intersection of matter and energy, consciousness and force. As Thomas and Goldie watched in growing amazement, the patterns began to organize themselves, rising from the depths like thoughts becoming real, forming complex three-dimensional structures that hung in the dense medium like living architecture. "Cities," Goldie whispered, her voice filled with awe that bordered on reverence. "They're cities, but cities built by what manner of beings?" The structures were beautiful beyond description, all flowing curves and impossible angles, constructed from materials that could not exist anywhere else in the universe. Crystallized pressure, solidified magnetism, condensed time itself. No substances from the surface worlds could survive in this deep realm, where the atmospheric pressure exceeded that found at the center of solid planets, where temperatures rose toward those found in stellar cores. Yet here, in conditions that would vaporize any known solid, entire civilizations bloomed in the crushing depths. Spires of living light rose from foundations of compressed gravity, their surfaces rippling with equations that described the fundamental forces of reality. Bridges of pure mathematics connected impossible towers, creating networks of communication that operated on principles surface science had never dreamed. The architecture itself seemed to be alive, growing and changing in response to the thoughts and needs of its inhabitants. Walls flowed like water when passage was needed, then solidified into forms stronger than diamond when structural integrity was required. Gardens of pure energy bloomed in courtyards paved with crystallized space-time, tended by beings who had learned to make art from the fundamental forces that held reality together. How long have they been here? Thomas wondered aloud, his mind struggling to comprehend the age of what they were seeing. These structures, they're not built, they're grown, evolved. They represent eons of development, millennia of refinement. The inhabitants revealed themselves slowly, emerging from their crystal palaces like thoughts becoming manifest in the physical world. They were beings of pure energy, wrapped in shells of compressed matter, their forms shifting constantly between states of existence that had no analogues in the surface worlds. Each one was unique, a living expression of the forces that shaped this deep realm, consciousness given form by will and pressure and the strange physics of Jupiter's metallic heart. As the whisper descended deeper into their realm, moving with the respectful caution of visitors in a sacred place, more of the deep dwellers emerged to observe these strange travelers from the thin places above. They approached with curiosity, but without fear, their forms gliding through the metallic hydrogen with ease that spoke of perfect adaptation to their impossible environment. "We should leave," Thomas said, but his voice lacked conviction. The beauty around them was overwhelming, the sense of ancient wisdom and benevolent power that emanated from the deep dwellers, both humbling and comforting. "We're intruders here, outsiders in a realm we can barely comprehend." But even as he spoke, one of the beings approached their craft, and suddenly their minds were filled with communication that bypassed language entirely. Thoughts that flowed like music directly into their consciousness, without the need for words or symbols or any of the crude tools surface dwellers used to share meaning. "Welcome, travelers from the thin places above. Your journey brings light to the deep reaches, curiosity to realms that have known only their own thoughts for ages beyond counting. Rest here a while, and share the songs of the upper winds with those who have forgotten what it means to feel the touch of vacuum and starlight." The being's presence was vast but gentle, ancient beyond measure, but somehow youthful in its curiosity about these strange visitors who had descended through so many layers of atmosphere to reach the metallic depths. Its consciousness felt like an ocean, deep, calm, filled with currents of thought that ran far beneath the surface of immediate awareness. Around them, more of the deep dwellers gathered, not threatening, but protective, creating a cocoon of safety around the small ship from the far reaches of space. Their forms were hypnotic to watch, energy made manifest, consciousness given shape by forces that operated beyond the reach of surface physics. Some appeared as geometric patterns that folded through dimensions the human mind could barely perceive. Others took forms that suggested vast sea.
The Unknown Signal, Chapter 1. The First Whisper. The silence of deep space stretched endlessly around the whisper as she drifted through the void between star systems, her silver hull reflecting the distant light of a red dwarf star that had no name in any terrestrial catalogue. Thomas stood at the communication console, his weathered fingers adjusting the receiver's sensitivity, searching the electromagnetic spectrum for anything that might break the cosmic quiet that had surrounded them for 3 weeks. Still nothing from the usual frequencies, he reported to Goldie, who was tending the ship's navigation systems with the careful attention of someone who had learned that small details could mean the difference between safe harbor and endless wandering in the dark between worlds. "The commercial shipping lanes are completely silent out here. We're well beyond the reach of civilization's chatter." Goldie looked up from her work, her golden hair catching the soft blue glow of the instrument panels. Her eyes held that mixture of contentment and restless curiosity that had driven them to seek the galaxy's quieter corners, the places where mystery still held sway over explanation. "Sometimes the silence is more valuable than any message," she said, her voice carrying the peace that came from 7 years of learning to appreciate the universe's subtler communications. They were deep in the outer spiral, following rumors of an ancient star cluster where gravitational anomalies had been creating spectacular light shows, auroras that painted entire solar systems in colors that had no names. It was the kind of phenomenon that drew them like moths to flame, the promise of beauty combined with mystery, of experiences that couldn't be quantified or catalogued, but only lived. The Whisper herself seemed to appreciate these quiet moments between discoveries. Her engines maintained their gentle hum, a sound that had become as familiar as heartbeat. After 7 years of constant companionship, every surface bore the patina of long voyaging, controls worn smooth by countless touches, windows polished by careful maintenance, the 1,000 small modifications that had been made during their travels to accommodate the needs of two souls who had chosen the vast darkness as their home. Thomas returned to his monitoring, letting the receiver sweep across frequencies that surface-based astronomers rarely bothered with, the deep radio bands, where pulsars whispered their ancient secrets, the microwave ranges where the cosmic background radiation still carried echoes of the universe's birth. It was meditative work, this listening to the cosmos, requiring patience and an ear trained to distinguish between the random static of space and the purposeful signals that occasionally emerged from the void. Contact in 3 hours with the Andromedae cluster, Goldie reported, her voice taking on the professional cadence that marked important transitions. The gravitational readings are starting to show interesting patterns. Whatever's creating those auroras, it's big enough to affect space-time in measurable ways. Thomas nodded, but kept his attention focused on the communications array. Something had been nagging at him for the past hour, a sense that the cosmic background noise wasn't entirely random. It was probably nothing. Space was full of phenomena that could create patterns in electromagnetic radiation without requiring consciousness as an explanation. Solar activity, magnetic field interactions, the collision of gas clouds moving at relativistic speeds, all could create signals that seemed almost intentional to minds trained to find meaning in chaos. But as he fine-tuned the receiver, adjusting its sensitivity to catch the faintest whispers from the void, he began to hear something that made him pause. It was subtle, barely distinguishable from the random hiss of space itself, but there was a rhythm to it, a cadence that suggested purpose rather than chance. "Goldie," he said quietly, his voice carrying the tension of someone who had learned to trust his instincts about the universe's stranger offerings. "Come listen to this." She moved to his side with the fluid grace that came from years of shipboard life, where every movement had to be precise to avoid the 1,000 ways a small craft could injure unwary passengers. She leaned close to the speaker, her ear trained to catch subtleties that might escape less experienced travelers. At first, there was only the familiar hiss of cosmic background radiation, the random static that filled the void between stars like audio snow. But as Thomas adjusted the filtering algorithms, the underlying pattern began to emerge, a rhythm that pulsed like a slow heartbeat, modulated in ways that spoke of intelligence, even if the language was completely unfamiliar. "It's artificial," Goldie breathed, her voice filled with the wonder that never faded, no matter how many impossible things they encountered in their travels. Something is broadcasting on this frequency, but the signal strength, it's incredibly weak. Whatever's sending it must be very far away, or very old. Thomas nodded, his fingers dancing across the controls as he tried to isolate the signal from the background noise. The pattern was complex, layered with harmonics and modulations that suggested a sophisticated understanding of information theory. But the language, if it was language, was unlike anything in their extensive database of known civilizations. "The translation algorithms can't make sense of it," he reported, frustration creeping into his voice. "The syntax doesn't match any linguistic patterns we know. It's not mathematical, not pictorial, not based on any recognizable logic structure." Goldie studied the waveform patterns displayed on their screens, her mind working through the possibilities. In 7 years of wandering, they had encountered many forms of communication, crystalline beings who spoke in frequency modulations, gas clouds that shared thoughts through electromagnetic pulses, quantum entities
that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. But this was different, alien, in ways that challenged their understanding of how consciousness could express itself. "Play it again," she said softly. "Let me listen to the rhythm, the emotional undertones. Sometimes meaning exists below the level of words." Thomas reset the playback, and once again, the strange signal filled their cabin. As Goldie listened with the trained ear of someone who had learned to hear the universe's subtler communications, her expression gradually changed. The wonder remained, but it was joined by something deeper, concern, perhaps even sadness. "It's a distress call," she said finally, her voice filled with certainty that came from intuition rather than analysis. "I can't translate the words, but the tone, the rhythm, the way the signal repeats. Someone is calling for help." Thomas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air of their life support systems. A distress call from an unknown civilization, broadcast on frequencies that suggested technology far beyond anything in the explored galaxy. The implications were staggering and potentially dangerous. "The signal's directional," he said, checking their navigation computers. "It's coming from the Andromedae cluster, roughly the same area where we're detecting those gravitational anomalies." Goldie was quiet for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the waveform patterns that danced across their screens, like alien music made visible. "Distance estimate." Thomas ran the calculations, factoring in signal strength, dispersion patterns, and the relativistic effects that could distort transmissions across interstellar distances. "Assuming standard broadcast power, approximately 47 light-years. But given the signal's complexity and the power requirements for that range, whoever's sending it has access to energy sources we can barely imagine." 47 light-years, Goldie repeated softly. "Even if we could respond, by the time our answer reached them, whatever crisis prompted the distress call would be long resolved, one way or another." But Thomas could see the conflict in her eyes, the struggle between practical considerations and the deeper impulses that had driven them to spend 7 years exploring the galaxy's mysteries. They were not rescue workers, not equipped for military operations or disaster relief. The Whisper was a vessel built for observation and discovery, for the quiet exploration of phenomena that challenged understanding. Yet the signal continued to pulse from their speakers, its alien rhythm carrying an emotional weight that transcended language barriers. Someone, something, was in desperate need, calling across the void for aid that might never come. The thought of ignoring such a plea went against everything they had learned about consciousness and its fundamental responsibility to other forms of awareness. "We could at least investigate," Thomas said finally. "If nothing else, we might be able to relay the signal to someone better equipped to respond. The Commonwealth has ships in the outer sectors, exploration vessels with the range and resources for long-distance rescue operations." Goldie nodded slowly, but her expression remained troubled. "There's something else," she said, studying the frequency analysis more carefully. "The signal isn't just a distress call. There's another component, a secondary transmission embedded in the main broadcast." Thomas leaned closer, watching as she isolated the secondary signal from the primary distress beacon. The hidden transmission was even fainter than the main signal, barely distinguishable from random noise. But as the computer enhanced and clarified it, another pattern began to emerge. This signal was different, not the rhythmic pulse of a distress beacon, but something more complex, more nuanced. It carried data streams that suggested detailed information about location, circumstances, perhaps even the nature of whatever crisis had prompted the original call for help. "It's a data packet," Thomas realized, his scientific mind racing to categorize the new information. Whoever sent the distress call also included technical specifications, star charts, possibly even cultural information to help potential rescuers understand what they're dealing with. But as the translation algorithms worked to decode the embedded data, they encountered the same barriers that had frustrated their attempts to understand the primary signal. The information was organized according to principles that didn't match any known system, encoded in formats that challenged their most sophisticated analytical tools. "We're going to need more processing power," Goldie said, studying the preliminary analysis, "and more time. This isn't something we can decode while drifting in open space." Thomas checked their position relative to the Andromedae cluster, calculating approach vectors and arrival times. 6 days at current speed, he reported. "We could set course now, begin the journey, while we work on decoding the signals. Even if we can't provide direct assistance, we might learn enough to guide others who can." "And if it's a trap?" Goldie asked, voicing the concern that shadowed every deep space explorer's thoughts. "Unknown technology, alien psychology, a signal designed to lure curious travelers into danger." It was a valid worry. The galaxy was vast enough to contain forms of consciousness that operated on principles completely foreign to human understanding. What seemed like a distress call to their minds might be something else entirely: a hunting lure, a territorial warning, or simply communication so alien that their interpretation was completely wrong. But as they listened to the signal again, Thomas felt the same intuitive certainty that had guided them through 7 years of successful exploration. The emotional undertones that Goldie had identified were real, unmistakable despite the language barriers. Whatever was broadcasting that signal was genuinely in distress, genuinely calling for aid across the cosmic void. "We go carefully," he said finally. "Full passive sensors, no active scanning, until we understand what we're dealing with. If there's any sign of danger, we back off and call for Commonwealth assistance." Goldie smiled, that radiant expression that could warm the coldest void between galaxies. "When have we ever chosen the safe path?" she said, echoing words she had spoken countless times over the years. "Besides, someone needs help. How can we turn away from that?" Thomas began plotting their course toward the Andromedae cluster, making the minute adjustments to their trajectory that would carry them toward the source of the mysterious signal. As the Whisper's engines adjusted to their new heading, he felt the familiar flutter of anticipation that marked the beginning of every great exploration. Behind them, the red dwarf star continued its ancient dance through the void, indifferent to the small drama playing out in its vicinity. Ahead lay the unknown, a civilization in distress, technology beyond current understanding, and mysteries that would challenge everything they thought they knew about consciousness and communication in the vastness of space. The signal continued to pulse from their speakers as they accelerated toward their destination, its alien rhythm gradually becoming as familiar as their own heartbeats. 47 light-years away, someone was waiting, hoping, perhaps dying while they struggled to cross the vast distances that separated star from star. But they were coming, slowly, carefully, but inevitably. The Whisper carried her crew toward whatever waited in the Andromedae cluster, toward a mystery that would test their understanding of life, consciousness, and the bonds that connected all aware beings across the infinite reaches of space. Chapter 2: The Long Decode. For 3 days, as the Whisper accelerated toward the Andromedae cluster, Thomas and Goldie worked in shifts to decode the mysterious signals that continued to pulse from their communications array. The task was unlike anything they had attempted before, not simply a matter of translation, but a fundamental challenge to their understanding of how consciousness could encode meaning in electromagnetic radiation. "The mathematical structures are fascinating," Thomas reported during one of their regular briefings, his voice carrying the mix of excitement and frustration that marked intensive research. "The signal uses prime number sequences, but not in any pattern we recognize. It's as if they've discovered mathematical relationships that our science hasn't even conceived of yet." Goldie looked up from her own analysis, her golden hair disheveled from hours spent hunched over the signal processing equipment. She had been working on the emotional and rhythmic aspects of the transmission, trying to understand the consciousness behind the mathematics. "The harmonics are definitely intentional," she said, her voice thoughtful. "There are emotional overtones embedded in the frequency modulations, not just information, but feelings. Fear, certainly, but also hope, determination. It's hard to be sure without understanding the species' psychological baseline." They had isolated 17 distinct components within the signal complex, each one apparently serving a different function. The primary distress beacon was the most obvious, its rhythmic pulse designed to attract attention across interstellar distances. But layered beneath it were data streams that carried star charts, technical specifications, and what appeared to be cultural information about the signal's originators. "Look at this," Thomas said, highlighting a particularly complex section of the transmission. "This appears to be a star chart, but it's based on gravitational resonances rather than visual markers. They're mapping space-time itself, using the gravitational signatures of stellar objects as reference points." The implications were staggering. Any civilization capable of such precise gravitational mapping would possess technology far beyond anything in the explored galaxy. They would be able to navigate space-time with an accuracy that made conventional star charts seem primitive by comparison. "And this section," Goldie added, pointing to another data stream, "appears to be biological information, atmospheric requirements possibly, or physiological data that would help rescuers understand what they're dealing with." The biological data was particularly challenging to interpret. The underlying assumptions about chemistry and metabolism were clearly different from anything in their databases. The beings who had sent the signal appeared to exist in environments that would be hostile to most known forms of life: high radiation levels, extreme temperatures, atmospheric compositions that would be toxic to the majority of spacefaring species. "They're not like us," Thomas said quietly, studying the physiological requirements embedded in the signal. "Not like any of the species we've encountered. Their biology is based on principles that challenge our understanding of what life can be." But as they worked to decode more of the signal, a clearer picture began to emerge of the civilization behind the transmission. They were clearly technologically advanced, possessed of science that in some areas exceeded anything in the Commonwealth's databases. But they were also beings with emotional lives, capable of fear and hope, and a kind of desperation that drove them to send distress calls across the void. "The cultural information is the most interesting part," Goldie observed, highlighting sections of the signal that contained what appeared to be artistic expressions, patterns of modulation that carried aesthetic meaning rather than practical data. "They're not just asking for help, they're trying to communicate who they are, what makes their civilization worth preserving." The artistic components of the signal were hauntingly beautiful when translated into visual or audio formats. Abstract patterns that suggested vast cities of crystalline architecture, musical structures that spoke of harmony between technology and nature, mathematical poems that described the joy of consciousness contemplating its own existence. These beings, whatever their physical form, shared the fundamental drive to create beauty and meaning that seemed to characterize all advanced civilizations. But beneath the cultural richness and technological sophistication, the distress signal's core message remained unchanged. Someone was in terrible danger, calling across the void for assistance that might never come. On the fourth day of their journey, as the gravitational anomalies of the Andromedae cluster began to register on their long-range sensors, they finally achieved a breakthrough in their decoding efforts. The key came not from their translation algorithms, but from Goldie's intuitive understanding of the signal's emotional undertones. "It's not just one civilization," she announced during their morning briefing, her voice filled with the excitement of discovery. The signal contains at least 3 distinct linguistic patterns, 3 different approaches to encoding meaning. We're dealing with an alliance, possibly even a confederation of different species. Thomas studied the new analysis, seeing the patterns that had eluded him during his more technical approach to the problem. An interspecies alliance, he mused, that would explain the complexity of the signal structure. Each species is contributing their own expertise to the transmission. The revelation changed everything about their understanding of what awaited them in the Andromedae cluster. They weren't approaching a single species in distress, but potentially an entire civilization composed of multiple forms of consciousness working together in harmony. The cultural implications were staggering, and the potential danger if their alliance was facing a threat capable of challenging such technological sophistication. The technical specifications made more sense now, Goldie continued, highlighting different sections of the signal. Each species is providing different types of information. One appears to specialize in gravitational engineering, another in biological systems, a third in what might be quantum mechanics applications. As they studied the multi-species signal more carefully, patterns began to emerge that suggested the nature of the crisis facing the Alliance. References to stellar instability, to gravitational anomalies that were disrupting local space-time, to evacuation procedures and emergency relocations. The picture that emerged was of a civilization facing a cosmic disaster, possibly the collapse of their home star, or some other astronomical event that threatened their entire system. The timestamps are critical, Thomas realized, studying the chronological markers embedded in the signal. If I'm interpreting these correctly, they've been broadcasting for approximately 18 months, local time. Whatever's happening to them, it's a slow developing crisis, not an immediate emergency. But it's getting worse, Goldie added, pointing to subtle changes in the signal's emotional undertones over time. The earliest transmissions are concerned, but optimistic. The more recent ones show increasing desperation. They're running out of time. The knowledge that they were approaching a slowly unfolding disaster added urgency to their journey, but also raised difficult questions about their capabilities. The Whisper was not equipped for major rescue operations or disaster relief. If the Alliance was facing something like stellar collapse, there was little that 2 explorers in a small research vessel could accomplish beyond observing and reporting. But as they continued to decode the signal, they discovered another component that changed their understanding once again. Hidden within the deepest layers of the transmission was what appeared to be a plea, not for physical rescue, but for something more fundamental, for their knowledge and culture to be preserved, for their achievements to be remembered, even if their civilization itself could not be saved. It's a cultural archive, Thomas breathed, his voice filled with awe as the true scope of the transmission became clear. The entire signal is a library, a repository of their species' greatest achievements. They're not just calling for rescue, they're trying to ensure that something of their civilization survives, even if they don't. The archive contained artistic works, scientific theories, philosophical treatises, historical records, the accumulated wisdom of multiple species working together over millennia. It was a treasure trove of knowledge that would expand understanding of consciousness and civilization in ways that couldn't be measured. We have to preserve this, Goldie said urgently. Whatever happens when we reach them, this knowledge has to survive. It's not just a distress signal, it's their legacy, their gift to whatever forms of consciousness they encounter in the universe. Thomas nodded, understanding the magnitude of what they had discovered. They were not just responding to a rescue call, they were being entrusted with the cultural heritage of an entire alliance of species, the responsibility to ensure that their achievements would not be lost to the cosmic darkness. As the Whisper continued toward the Andromedae cluster, its crew worked with renewed purpose to decode and preserve every aspect of the mysterious signal.
They were no longer merely explorers investigating an unknown phenomenon. They had become guardians of knowledge, protectors of consciousness and culture in the face of cosmic disaster. The signal continued to pulse from their speakers, but now they heard it with new understanding. It was not just a cry for help across the void, but a bridge between civilizations, a connection that transcended the barriers of distance and biology and language, to unite all forms of consciousness in the shared struggle against entropy and extinction. 2 days from their destination, they would learn whether they could offer more than just witness to the crisis that awaited them. But already, they had succeeded in the most important mission of all, ensuring that the achievements of the Alliance would survive, would be shared with other forms of consciousness throughout the galaxy, would add their unique voice to the great conversation of awareness that stretched across the stars.
Chapter 3. The Andromedae Approach. The Andromedae cluster revealed itself gradually as the Whisper approached, first as a subtle distortion in the star patterns ahead, then as increasingly obvious gravitational lensing that bent light around massive objects hidden in the interstellar medium. Thomas stood at the observation deck, his weathered hands pressed against the cool, transparent aluminum, watching space itself warp and flex under the influence of forces that challenged his understanding of physics. The gravitational anomalies are stronger than we predicted, he reported to Goldie, who was monitoring their approach from the navigation console. Whatever's causing them, it's operating on a scale that affects the fundamental structure of space-time in this entire region. The cluster contained 47 star systems arranged in what had initially appeared to be a natural gravitational grouping. But as they drew closer, it became clear that the arrangement was anything but natural. The stars had been moved, positioned according to some vast design that created resonance patterns in the local gravitational field. It was engineering on an astronomical scale, the kind of project that would require the combined efforts of multiple civilizations working in harmony across millennia. Stellar engineering, Goldie breathed, her voice filled with awe as she studied the sensor readings. They've repositioned entire star systems to create some kind of, a gravitational computer, an energy collection matrix. The power requirements alone would exceed anything in our theoretical frameworks. The distress signal was stronger now, no longer the faint whisper they had detected in the depths of space, but a clear transmission that dominated several frequency bands. As they approached the signal's point of origin, additional details became visible that had been lost in the background noise at interstellar distances. Multiple transmitters, Thomas observed, studying the signal analysis. The transmission is being broadcast simultaneously from at least 12 different locations throughout the cluster. They're using the entire system as a communications array. But something was wrong with the perfect symmetry of the stellar arrangement. As their sensors reached their maximum resolution, they began to detect signs of instability in the gravitational matrix. Several stars were showing orbital perturbations, drifting away from their designed positions in ways that suggested the failure of whatever technology had placed them there originally. The system is breaking down, Goldie realized, her voice carrying the weight of understanding. Whatever disaster prompted their distress call, it's affecting their ability to maintain the stellar positioning. The entire gravitational structure is beginning to collapse. The implications were staggering. If the Alliance had repositioned 47 star systems to create their gravitational matrix, the energy release from its collapse would be visible across several galactic sectors. Planets would be flung into interstellar space, entire civilizations would be destroyed, and the gravitational waves from such an event would disrupt navigation and communication across a significant portion of the galaxy. We need to be very careful about our approach vector, Thomas said, calculating safe passage routes through the increasingly unstable gravitational field. If we're caught in the wrong position, when one of those stars breaks free from its orbital constraints, he didn't need to finish the thought. The Whisper's protective systems were advanced, but they were designed for the hazards of normal space travel, not for the catastrophic forces that would be unleashed by the collapse of a stellar engineering project on this scale. As they drew closer to the cluster's center, they began to detect artificial structures that had been invisible at greater distances, massive constructions that spanned the space between star systems, collectors that gathered energy from stellar radiation and focused it through networks of what appeared to be crystallized space-time. The technology was beyond anything in their experience, but its purpose was becoming clear. The Alliance had been attempting to stabilize their gravitational matrix, to prevent the very collapse that was now accelerating around them. Emergency protocols, Goldie announced as their sensors detected rapid changes in the local gravitational field. One of the outer stars is beginning to break orbit. We have approximately 6 hours before the gravitational waves reach us. Thomas adjusted their course to avoid the worst effects of the stellar displacement, but he knew that they were now committed to their approach. Turning back would require them to traverse the same unstable gravitational field they were currently navigating, and the window for safe retreat was closing rapidly. We continue, he decided, his voice calm despite the magnitude of the forces surrounding them. If the Alliance is still operational, they may be able to provide guidance through the instabilities. If not, we document what we can and get the information to someone who might be able to help. As they penetrated deeper into the cluster, they began to receive new signals, not the broad-spectrum distress call they had been tracking, but targeted transmissions directed specifically at their ship. Someone had detected their approach and was attempting to communicate directly with them. "They know we're here," Goldie reported, her voice filled with mixture of excitement and concern. "The new signals are using our own communication protocols, somehow derived from our ship's electromagnetic signature. They're adapting their transmission methods to match our technology." The targeted communications were clearer than the original distress signal, partly because they were being generated much closer to their position, but also because the Alliance was now tailoring their transmissions for human comprehension. The translation algorithms that had struggled with the original signal began to make progress with these new messages. "Welcome, travelers from the distant reaches. Your approach brings hope to those who had begun to despair of rescue. We are the confluence of harmonious minds, representatives of 7 species, united in purpose and understanding. Our stellar matrix faces imminent collapse, but your presence suggests that knowledge of our achievements may survive even if our physical forms cannot." The formal nature of the communication was striking. Despite facing cosmic disaster, the Alliance maintained the courtesy and precision that spoke of high civilization. But beneath the diplomatic language, Thomas and Goldie could hear the desperation that had driven them to broadcast across interstellar distances. "Our time grows short," the message continued. "The gravitational anchors that maintain our stellar positions are failing faster than our repair efforts can restore them. We estimate complete system collapse within the next planetary rotation cycle, but your arrival offers opportunity for cultural exchange that we had not dared hope for." "They're not asking for rescue," Thomas realized, studying the translated message carefully. "They understand that we're not equipped for that kind of operation. They're asking for something else, for contact, for the chance to share what they've learned before their civilization ends." Goldie was monitoring the approach vectors that the Alliance was transmitting, guidance that would allow them to reach the cluster's central system safely, despite the gravitational instabilities. "They're guiding us to a meeting point," she reported, "coordinates that should remain stable, even as the outer stars continue to drift." The meeting point was located in the cluster's central system, where the primary star was surrounded by artificial structures that dwarfed anything in their experience. Rings of crystalline construction that circled the star at various distances, each one apparently designed to harvest and focus stellar energy on a massive scale. Between the rings, smaller structures that might have been habitats or research facilities orbited in complex patterns that created their own gravitational harmonies. "It's beautiful," Goldie whispered as the full scope of the Alliance's achievements became visible. "They've turned their entire solar system into a work of art, a balance between technology and natural forces that creates harmony on an astronomical scale."
But even the central system showed signs of the disaster that was overtaking the cluster. Several of the crystalline rings showed stress fractures, damage that suggested they were no longer able to handle the energy flows they had been designed to manage. The orbital patterns of the smaller structures were becoming irregular as the gravitational matrix that maintained their positions continued to degrade. Incoming transmission, Thomas announced as they approached the coordinates the Alliance had provided. This one's different. It's coming from multiple sources simultaneously, as if several beings are speaking in unison. The new message carried voices, not human voices, but recognizably the product of conscious minds attempting to communicate across the barriers of biology and language. The translation was clearer now, aided by the Alliance's growing understanding of human communication patterns. Welcome to our home, brave travelers. We are honored by your presence in our final hours. I am Resonance of Deep Harmonies, speaker for the gravitational engineers. I am Whisper of Quantum Dreams, voice of the biological symbionts. I am Echo of Mathematical Truth, representative of the computational minds. We speak as one in greeting you. The formal introductions continued as more voices joined the chorus, each representing a different species within the Alliance. Thomas counted at least 12 distinct vocal patterns, suggesting that the Confederation was even larger and more diverse than their earlier analysis had indicated. Our stellar matrix was designed to create perfect gravitational harmony, the voices explained, a balance between natural forces and conscious intent that would allow our civilizations to flourish indefinitely. For 3,000 of your years, we have maintained this balance, learned from it, created art and science that expanded our understanding of existence itself. 3,000 years, Thomas murmured, his mind struggling to comprehend the scope of such a project. They've been working together for 3 millennia, creating something unprecedented in known space. But consciousness, no matter how advanced, cannot master all variables, the Alliance continued. A quantum fluctuation in the galactic dark matter distribution has created resonances we did not anticipate. Our anchoring systems, designed for stability over cosmic timescales, are failing under stresses that our theories could not predict. The explanation continued in technical detail that pushed the limits of their translation algorithms, but the basic situation was clear. The Alliance had created something unprecedented and beautiful, but forces beyond their control were now destroying it. They faced the choice between evacuation and extinction, between preserving their physical existence or maintaining the civilization they had spent millennia building. We have chosen to remain, the voices said with calm dignity that transcended species barriers. Our evacuation fleets could preserve some percentage of our populations, but they would carry only fragments of what we have built together. Better to ensure that our knowledge survives complete than to scatter incomplete pieces across the galaxy. They're choosing to go down with their creation, Goldie said softly, her voice filled with respect for the Alliance's decision. Rather than abandon what they've built, they're using their final time to preserve it in transmittable form. Your arrival provides opportunity we had not expected, the Alliance continued. We can offer you direct download of our cultural archives, scientific achievements, artistic expressions, the complete record of our Confederation's existence. But more than data, we can offer direct mental contact, consciousness to consciousness exchange that will preserve not just our knowledge, but our perspective on existence itself. The offer was extraordinary and potentially dangerous. Direct mental contact with alien consciousness carried risks that were difficult to calculate, but it also offered an opportunity for understanding that transcended any form of communication they had previously experienced. We accept, Thomas said without hesitation, speaking for both of them with the confidence that came from 7 years of partnership. We're honored to receive your trust. As the whisper approached the final coordinates, Thomas and Goldie prepared themselves for contact with minds that had spent 3 millennia working together in harmony, creating wonders that challenged the very definitions of what civilization could achieve. They were about to become the inheritors of a legacy that spanned multiple species and thousands of years, a responsibility that would change them forever. Chapter 4: The Confluence of Minds. The docking facility that received the Whisper was a masterpiece of engineering that seemed to exist partially outside normal space-time. As their ship was drawn into the crystalline structure by gravitational fields so precisely controlled they felt like gentle hands, Thomas and Goldie found themselves surrounded by architecture that challenged their understanding of what solid matter could be. The walls are translucent, but they're not transparent, Goldie observed, studying the structure around them as the docking procedure completed itself with mechanical precision that somehow felt organic. It's as if they're made of crystallized light, solid enough to contain atmosphere, but permeable to certain frequencies of electromagnetic radiation. The atmosphere that filled their temporary berth was breathable for humans, but it carried scents and harmonics that spoke of alien biology. Not unpleasant, but definitely other combinations of chemical signatures that their olfactory systems couldn't quite categorize. Sounds that might have been music, or might have been the natural resonances of the crystalline structures around them. "Welcome aboard Harmony of Spheres," came the mental voice that had become familiar during their approach. "We have prepared chambers that should be comfortable for your physiology. The direct exchange we discussed can begin whenever you feel ready." The mental communication was different from the transmitted messages they had received earlier. This was thought-to-thought contact, consciousness touching consciousness across the barriers of biology and distance. It was intimate in ways that Thomas and Goldie hadn't expected, carrying not just information but emotional undertones, cultural assumptions, and a kind of background awareness that normally remained private within individual minds. "Do not be concerned by the intimacy of contact," the voice assured them, responding to thoughts they hadn't consciously expressed. "We are experienced in interspecies mental exchange. Your privacy will be respected, your individual identity preserved. We seek only to share knowledge, not to merge consciousness." As they
Escape from the meteor storm. A gentle bedtime adventure with Thomas and Goldie. As her gaze swam in the glow of a star, her mind sank into the depths of peace she had never known before, and she abandoned herself to the darkness of the sea of space. In the quiet depths of space, where stars twinkle like gentle diamonds against the velvet darkness, two kind-hearted alien friends drifted peacefully through the cosmos. Thomas, with his warm golden skin that shimmered softly in the starlight, and Goldie, whose silver features gleamed like moonbeams, had been exploring the wonders of the universe together for countless peaceful years. Their spacecraft, the Stellar Whisper, was a beautiful vessel that moved through space as silently as a cloud floating across a summer sky. The ship's hull gleamed with a soft, pearl-like radiance, and its gentle curves seemed to flow like water frozen in time. Inside, the cabin was filled with the warm, comforting glow of bioluminescent panels that pulsed slowly, like a giant's heartbeat, creating the most soothing atmosphere imaginable. On this particular day, as the cosmic winds carried them gently through the star-scattered void, Thomas and Goldie were approaching one of the most magnificent sights in their galaxy, the rainbow rings of Zephyria. These weren't ordinary planetary rings, but rather vast bands of crystalline particles that caught and reflected light from nearby stars, creating the most beautiful, slowly shifting colors that painted the darkness in gentle hues of lavender, soft gold, and peaceful blue. Thomas, who was piloting the ship with his steady, capable hands, leaned back in his comfortable captain's chair and gazed out through the transparent aluminum viewports. His large, kind eyes reflected the dancing colors of the approaching rings, and a gentle smile played across his features. "Look, Goldie," he said in his warm, melodious voice that always reminded his friend of distant thunder on a summer evening. "We're almost there. The rings are even more beautiful than I remembered." Goldie, who was resting comfortably in the navigator's seat, her long, elegant fingers dancing gracefully over the holographic star charts that floated before her like gentle butterflies made of light, nodded with quiet appreciation. Her voice, soft as silk and musical as a lullaby, drifted through the peaceful cabin. Every time we visit, they seem to have grown more magnificent. I wonder what peaceful discoveries await us today in their gentle embrace. The stellar whisper continued its unhurried journey toward the rings, its advanced propulsion system humming with the softest, most comforting sound, like a cat's purr or the distant whisper of ocean waves on a quiet shore. The ship moved with such smooth grace that Thomas and Goldie barely felt they were traveling at all. It was as if they were simply floating in a dream, gently carried by the cosmic currents toward their destination. As they drew closer to Zephyria's magnificent rings, both friends could see the intricate dance of particles that made up these cosmic wonder. Billions upon billions of tiny crystals, each no larger than a grain of sand, moved in perfect harmony around the distant planet. Some particles caught the light of nearby stars and blazed like tiny fireworks, while others absorbed the radiance and glowed with their own inner luminescence, creating patterns that shifted and flowed like aurora borealis in slow motion. "I never tire of this sight," Thomas murmured softly, his hands resting gently on the ship's controls. "Each crystal tells a story of cosmic time, formed over millions of years from the gentle collision of moons and asteroids, now dancing together in perfect harmony." Goldie smiled peacefully, her silver hair floating around her shoulders in the low gravity of their cabin like silk scarves moving underwater. "And look how they welcome us," she whispered, pointing to where the ring particles seemed to part gently before their approaching ship, creating natural corridors of safe passage through the crystalline maze. The stellar whisper entered the outer edge of the ring system with the gentlest of trembles, like a leaf settling onto still water. Thomas reduced their speed even further, wanting to savor every moment of their passage through this cosmic cathedral. The crystals around them caught and reflected the ship's soft lights, creating a tunnel of gentle radiance that stretched ahead of them like a pathway made of stars. For several peaceful minutes, they glided through this wonderland, both friends silent with awe and contentment. The only sounds were the ship's gentle humming and the soft whisper of their breathing. Occasionally, a larger crystal would drift past their viewports, tumbling slowly in the zero gravity, its faceted surfaces creating tiny rainbows that danced across the cabin walls. Goldie had activated the ship's external sensors, and through them, they could hear the cosmic symphony of the rings, a low, harmonic resonance created by the gravitational interactions between billions of particles. It sounded like the universe itself was humming a lullaby, deep and peaceful and infinitely comforting. "Thomas," Goldie said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, "according to the navigation charts, there should be a beautiful clearing about 10 minutes ahead. The heart of the rings, they call it. Shall we stop there for our afternoon rest?" Thomas nodded with a gentle smile. "That sounds perfect. We can have some warm moonberry tea and watch the particle streams dance around us." The heart of the rings was a phenomenon that occurred naturally in Zephyria's ring system, a large, relatively clear space where the gravitational forces created a stable pocket, free from the denser concentrations of particles. It was like finding a peaceful meadow in the middle of a glittering forest, a place where travelers could rest and simply exist in harmony with the cosmos. As they approached this tranquil sanctuary, however, Thomas noticed something unusual on their long-range sensors. Far behind them, at the very edge of their detection range, there appeared to be some kind of disturbance. The readings were faint and unclear, but something was definitely approaching the ring system at high speed. "Goldie," he said gently, not wanting to alarm his friend but feeling it was important to mention, "are you seeing anything unusual on the rear sensors?" Goldie's graceful fingers moved across her control panels like a pianist playing a gentle melody. The holographic displays around her seat flickered and shifted,
showing various readings and measurements. After a moment, her expression grew slightly puzzled, though still peaceful. "There does seem to be something approaching from the direction of the Andorian Nebula," she said thoughtfully, "but the readings are unusual, almost chaotic." Thomas brought up the rear-view display on their main screen, and both friends studied it carefully. What they saw made their eyes widen with wonder and just the slightest touch of concern. Racing toward them through space was what appeared to be a cloud of brilliant lights, moving at tremendous speed and growing larger with each passing second. "It's beautiful," Goldie whispered, "but I've never seen anything quite like it." As they watched, the mysterious phenomenon continued to approach, and gradually its true nature became clear. It wasn't a single object, but rather thousands upon thousands of small rocky bodies, meteors, all traveling together in a vast swarm. Each meteor glowed with the heat of its passage through space, and trailing behind many of them were tails of luminescent gas that sparkled like cosmic hair flowing in stellar winds. "A meteor storm," Thomas said quietly, his voice filled with both awe and gentle concern. "I've heard of such things, but I've never actually seen one. They're supposed to be quite rare." The meteor swarm was indeed a magnificent sight. Each rocky fragment was unique. Some were smooth and round like cosmic pearls. Others were jagged and angular like crystalline sculptures. They ranged in size from tiny pebbles no bigger than marbles to massive boulders the size of small buildings. All of them glowed within a fire, heated by their rapid journey through space, and many trailed streams of glittering particles that created a vast, ever-changing tapestry of light against the darkness. But as beautiful as the meteor storm was, Thomas and Goldie both realized that it posed a significant challenge. The swarm was heading directly towards Zephiria's ring system, and at its current speed and trajectory, it would reach them in less than 30 minutes. While the Stellar Whisper was built to withstand the occasional impact from small space debris, a collision with even one of the larger meteors in this storm could cause serious damage. "We need to find safe passage through the rings before the storm arrives," Thomas said calmly, his training and experience allowing him to remain peaceful even in this potentially dangerous situation. "The particle density is too high here for us to simply accelerate our way out." Goldie nodded, her silver features serene despite the challenge they faced. "The ring system extends for thousands of kilometers in all directions," she said thoughtfully, "but there must be natural corridors we can follow, pathways where the gravitational forces have cleared safe channels through the particles." Thomas gently adjusted their course, moving the Stellar Whisper away from their planned rest stop in the heart of the rings. Instead, he began to follow what appeared to be a natural channel that curved gracefully through the crystalline maze. The ship responded to his touch like a faithful companion, gliding smoothly along the safe corridor with barely a tremor. Behind them, the meteor storm continued its relentless approach. Through their rear sensors, they could see individual meteors beginning to interact with the outer edge of the ring system. When a meteor collided with a cluster of ring particles, the impact created brief, brilliant flashes of light, like cosmic fireworks blooming silently in the void. These collisions were actually quite beautiful, each one creating a small nebula of glowing gas and scattered crystals that dispersed slowly into space. "Look how gracefully they dance together," Goldie observed, watching the interaction between the meteors and ring particles on her displays. "Even in what appears to be chaos, there's a natural rhythm, a cosmic choreography that's quite peaceful to observe." Thomas smiled at his friend's words, appreciating how she could find beauty and harmony even in potentially dangerous situations. This was one of the things he admired most about Goldie, her ability to remain calm and philosophical, to see the underlying order and beauty in all cosmic phenomena. As they continued along their chosen corridor, both friends worked together to navigate the challenges ahead. Thomas focused on piloting their ship along the safest possible route, his steady hands making tiny adjustments to their course whenever the sensor readings indicated potential obstacles. Goldie monitored their progress on the navigation charts, comparing their actual position with the predicted safe passages through the ring system. The Stellar Whisper moved through the crystalline corridors like a fish swimming through a coral reef. Sometimes their path was wide and clear, allowing them to increase speed slightly. Other times the channel narrowed, requiring Thomas to slow down and navigate carefully between denser concentrations of ring particles. Throughout it all, the ship responded beautifully to his commands, its advanced systems working in perfect harmony to keep them safe. As they traveled deeper into the ring system, the meteor storm behind them continued to intensify. More and more of the rocky fragments were now interacting with the rings, creating an increasingly spectacular light show. Each collision sent ripples of energy through nearby particles, causing them to glow more brightly and shift their orbital patterns. It was like watching a vast musical instrument being played by cosmic forces, each impact creating new harmonies in the ring's natural resonance. "The storm is definitely gaining on us," Goldie reported gently, her voice maintaining its characteristic calm despite the situation. "But according to my calculations, we should reach the inner edge of the ring system in about 20 minutes. Once we're clear, we can accelerate to a safe distance." Thomas nodded, maintaining his steady concentration on their navigation. The corridor they were following had begun to curve more sharply, winding through increasingly complex arrangements of ring particles. Some sections were like flying through tunnels of living light, with crystalline walls that pulsed and glowed in response to gravitational forces. Other areas opened into larger chambers, natural clearings where they could see the vast scope of the ring system stretching away in all directions. In one of these clearings, they encountered something truly magical. A family of space whales, massive gentle creatures that lived in the vacuum between stars, was feeding on the ring particles. These magnificent beings, each one larger than their ship, moved with slow, graceful undulations, their translucent bodies glowing with bioluminescent patterns that pulsed in rhythm with their cosmic hearts. "How wonderful," Goldie whispered, watching the space whales with delight. "They're feeding on the mineral content in the ring particles. This must be a regular feeding ground for them." The largest of the space whales, clearly the matriarch of the family group, turned toward the Stellar Whisper as it passed. Her enormous eye, deep and wise, and filled with ancient knowledge, regarded the small ship with gentle curiosity. For a moment, the two very different forms of life, the technological and the biological, shared a peaceful connection across the void. Thomas slowed their ship respectfully, not wanting to disturb the whales feeding. As they passed through the clearing, several of the younger whales approached their ship playfully, their massive forms moving with surprising grace and gentleness. One young whale, barely larger than their ship, but still immense by human standards, swam alongside them for several minutes, its bioluminescent patterns flickering in what seemed almost like a form of communication. "I think she's trying to tell us something," Goldie said softly, studying the patterns of light dancing across the whale's translucent skin. The sequences seem almost directional. Thomas watched the young whale carefully, and gradually he began to understand. The creature's light patterns were indeed indicating direction, pointing toward a specific corridor that led deeper into the ring system. It was as if the whale was showing them a safer, more direct route through the crystalline maze. "She knows these rings better than any navigation chart," Thomas realized. "This is her home. She's offering to guide us." Following the young whale's lead, they entered a corridor that didn't appear on any of their star charts. This passage was narrower than the one they had been following, but it was also more direct, curving gracefully through the heart of the ring system along what appeared to be a natural highway used by the space whales in their migrations. As they traveled along this new route, more space whales appeared, swimming alongside their ship in a gentle escort formation. The creatures moved with such fluid grace that their presence was incredibly calming, like being surrounded by living embodiments of cosmic peace. Their bioluminescent patterns created a constantly shifting light show that painted the inside of the ship's cabin in soft, ever-changing colors. They had seen meteor storms many times before, and somehow escaped them without incident. Behind them, the meteor storm had reached the main body of the ring system. The interaction between the fast-moving meteor and the slower ring particles was creating an increasingly dramatic display.
Cascades of brilliant light rippled through the rings as impacts sent energy waves racing through the crystalline structures. Some of the larger meteors were breaking apart as they collided with denser particle concentrations, creating secondary swarms of smaller fragments that spread out like cosmic flowers blooming in space. "It's actually quite beautiful," Goldie observed, watching the storm's progress on their rear sensors. "Destructive, yes, but also creative. All of this collision and interaction will eventually form new structures, new patterns in the rings. In a way, we're witnessing the universe reshaping itself." Thomas smiled at his friend's philosophical perspective. Even in the midst of their escape, she could appreciate the larger cosmic processes at work. This was what made their journeys together so meaningful, the way they could share wonder and wisdom even in challenging circumstances. The corridor guided by the space whales continued to wind deeper into the ring system, taking them through regions of extraordinary beauty. They passed through chambers where the ring particles had formed natural crystalline gardens, with structures.
"Thank you, Haven's Rest," Thomas replied, his voice reflecting his gratitude for the warm welcome. "We're looking forward to some peaceful time on your station." As they guided their ship into the station's docking bay, Thomas and Goldie could see other travelers who had also come to witness the meteor storm's interaction with the rings. Some were scientists and researchers documenting the event, while others were simply cosmic tourists who had traveled great distances to see this rare celestial phenomenon. The docking bay was filled with ships of many different designs, representing species from throughout their region of the galaxy. After securing the Stellar Whisper in its assigned berth, Thomas and Goldie made their way into the station proper. The interior of Haven's Rest was designed to be as welcoming as possible, with soft lighting, comfortable furnishings, and large viewports that offered stunning views of the surrounding space. The artificial gravity was set to a gentle level that accommodated most species, and the atmosphere was a carefully balanced mixture that could be breathed comfortably by the widest possible range of beings. In the station's main common area, they found beings from dozens of different worlds, all sharing stories of their travels and observations. The conversation was animated but peaceful, filled with the kind of camaraderie that naturally develops among cosmic explorers. Someone had set up a large holographic display showing real-time images of the ongoing meteor storm, and small groups of beings gathered around it, pointing out particularly spectacular impacts and discussing the long-term implications for the ring system's evolution. Thomas and Goldie found comfortable seats near one of the large viewports, where they could continue to observe the distant light show while enjoying the warm hospitality of the station. A server brought them steaming bowls of cosmic soup, a delicious blend of vegetables and proteins from several different worlds, seasoned with spices that created warming sensations throughout their bodies. As they ate, they listened to other travelers sharing their own stories. A family of crystalline beings from the Silicon Worlds described their journey through a nebula where newborn stars were just beginning to ignite. A solitary explorer, whose species resembled Earth's dolphins but had evolved for life in vacuum, told of discovering a planet where the entire surface was covered in musical crystals that created symphonies when touched by stellar winds. "Every being here has seen wonders that most of the galaxy can only imagine," Goldie observed quietly. "It makes you realize how vast and full of mystery our universe truly is." As the station's artificial day cycle progressed toward evening, Thomas and Goldie made their way to their guest quarters, comfortable rooms with soft beds, gentle lighting, and viewports that offered private views of the cosmic scenery. But before settling in for the night, they decided to visit the station's main observation deck for one final look at the day's spectacular events. The observation deck was a large domed chamber at the top of the station, with transparent walls that provided unobstructed views in all directions. Several other beings were also there, quietly contemplating the cosmic display. The meteor storm was now past its peak, but the effects of its passage through the ring system continued to create beautiful patterns of light and energy. "Look," Goldie whispered, pointing toward a section of the rings where the impacts had created a vast spiral of glowing gas. "It's like a cosmic rose blooming in the darkness." Thomas followed her gaze and smiled at the apt description. The nebulous structure did indeed resemble a flower, with petals of luminescent gas that unfurled slowly from a bright central core. It was one of many such formations created by the day's events, each one unique and beautiful in its own way. As they stood together in comfortable silence, watching the cosmic light show, both friends felt a deep sense of peace and gratitude. Their adventure had challenged them, taught them new things about the universe and about friendship, and provided them with memories that would last for the rest of their lives. They had faced danger together, and emerged not just unharmed but enriched by the experience. "I'm grateful for days like this," Thomas said softly, his voice barely audible over the gentle hum of the station's life support systems. "Adventures that remind us why we chose to explore the stars, and friends who make every journey meaningful." Goldie smiled, her silver features peaceful in the soft light reflected from the cosmic phenomena outside. "And I'm grateful for the kindness we encountered today, from the space whales who guided us to safety, from the beings here on the station who welcomed us with such warmth. It gives one faith in the essential goodness that exists throughout the universe." As the station's evening cycle deepened, other observers gradually made their way back to their quarters, leaving Thomas and Goldie alone with the stars. They remained on the observation deck for a while longer, simply existing in peaceful communion with the cosmos around them. The meteor storm had passed, but its effects would continue to reshape and beautify the Zephyrian rings for countless years to come. Finally, feeling the gentle fatigue that comes after a day of adventure and wonder, they made their way back to their quarters. Their rooms were adjacent, with a common area where they could sit together and share a final warm drink before sleep. The station's kitchen had provided them with cups of lunar chamomile tea, a soothing beverage that was perfect for settling into peaceful rest. "Tomorrow we should visit the research station on Zephyr's third moon," Goldie suggested as they settled into comfortable chairs with their tea. "I understand they have detailed records of the ring system's evolution, and after today's events, those records will need updating." Thomas nodded, already looking forward to their next day's adventure. "And perhaps we'll encounter our whale friends again. I'd love to learn more about their migration patterns and their relationship with the ring system." As they finished their tea, both friends felt the comfortable drowsiness that comes with a day well lived. They had faced challenges, discovered wonders, made new friends, and returned safely to share their experiences with others. In the morning, they would continue their explorations, but for now, it was time for peaceful rest. In their respective rooms, Thomas and Goldie settled into the station's comfortable beds, their thoughts filled with images of crystalline corridors, gentle space whales, and cosmic fireworks blooming in the darkness. Outside their windows, the effects of the meteor storm continued to paint the night with gentle light, a cosmic lullaby that would carry them peacefully into dreams of further adventures among the stars. The Stellar Whisper rested quietly in its docking bay, its systems powered down to minimum levels, ready to carry its crew to new wonders when the morning came. And in the vast expanse of space around them, the universe continued its eternal dance of creation and transformation, filled with infinite possibilities for those brave and kind enough to venture forth and explore. As sleep finally claimed them both, Thomas and Goldie smiled with the contentment that comes from a day filled with wonder, friendship, and the peaceful joy of exploration. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, but tonight, they rested peacefully in the gentle embrace of the cosmos, surrounded by the warm glow of stars, and the quiet comfort of dreams filled with space whales, crystal gardens, and the endless beauty of their magnificent universe. The meteor storm had passed, but its gift of transformation would continue for eons, reminding all who saw it that even the most challenging events can create unexpected beauty. And somewhere in the ring system, a family of space whales continued their peaceful feeding, their bioluminescent patterns pulsing gently in the cosmic darkness, carrying memories of two kind friends who had shared their journey through the stars. And so ended another peaceful day of cosmic exploration for Thomas and Goldie, two friends whose gentle hearts and brave spirits carried them safely through all the wonders and challenges the universe could offer.
always ready for the next adventure that awaited among the infinite stars.
The Lost Space Station, a gentle bedtime adventure with Thomas and Goldie, the Infinity, where darkness and light coquettishly intermingled, like lovers chasing each other, floated before our eyes, in the peaceful depths of space, where time moves like honey and starlight, falls like gentle rain. Two kind-hearted friends drifted quietly through the cosmic void aboard their beloved ship, the Stellar Whisper. Thomas, with his warm golden skin that seemed to hold the light of 1,000 peaceful sunsets, and Goldie, whose silver features reflected the soft radiance of distant moons, had been exploring the gentle mysteries of the universe together for many tranquil years. Their ship moved through space with the grace of a swan gliding across a still lake, its pearl-white hull catching and reflecting the light of nearby stars in soft, comforting patterns. The Stellar Whisper was more than just a vessel to them. It was their home among the stars, filled with memories of countless peaceful adventures and quiet moments of wonder shared between the closest of friends. On this particular day, as cosmic winds carried them gently through a region of space known as the Whispering Void, so named for the soft, melodic sounds that stellar particles made as they danced through the area's unique gravitational fields, Thomas and Goldie were embarking on one of their favorite types of journeys, a leisurely exploration with no particular destination in mind, allowing the universe itself to guide them toward whatever wonders awaited discovery. Thomas sat comfortably in the pilot's chair, his large, kind eyes reflecting the soft blue glow of the ship's navigation displays. His hands rested gently on the controls, making only the smallest adjustments to their course as they followed the natural currents of space. There was something deeply meditative about this type of travel, letting go of rigid plans and schedules, and instead flowing with the cosmic rhythms that connected all things in the universe. The stellar winds are particularly gentle today, Thomas observed softly, his voice carrying the warm musical quality that always reminded Goldie of distant thunder on a summer evening. I can feel them carrying us towards something interesting. Can you sense it too? Goldie, who was resting peacefully in the navigator's seat, her long silver hair floating gracefully around her shoulders in the low gravity of their cabin, nodded with a serene smile. Her voice, soft as silk and melodious as a lullaby, drifted through the quiet cabin like music. Yes, there's definitely something calling to us from the direction of the Andromeda Drift, something old and patient, waiting to share its stories. The Andromeda Drift was a region of space that lay between their home galaxy and the great spiral of Andromeda itself, a vast expanse where ancient stellar debris and forgotten remnants of long-ago civilizations slowly tumbled through the darkness. It was a place of mystery and melancholy beauty, where explorers sometimes discovered artifacts and ruins that told stories of species and cultures that had flourished among the stars millions of years ago. As they continued their unhurried journey, the Stellar Whisper's gentle propulsion system hummed with the softest, most comforting sound, like a cat's purr or the distant whisper of ocean waves on a peaceful shore. The ship's bioluminescent panels pulsed slowly with warm golden light, creating an atmosphere of such tranquility that both friends often found themselves drifting into pleasant daydreams as they traveled. The viewports around them showed a gradually changing panorama of cosmic beauty. Distant nebulae painted the darkness with soft pastels, gentle purples and blues, warm golds and silvers that shifted and flowed like aurora borealis in slow motion. Occasionally, a comet would drift past in the distance, its tail streaming behind it, like a cosmic scarf woven from starlight and ice crystals. "Look there," Goldie said softly, pointing toward a region of space where the stars seemed to shimmer with an unusual quality. "The light is behaving strangely in that area, almost as if there's something there that we can't quite see." Thomas adjusted their course slightly,
following Goldie's observation with the trust that came from years of exploring together. His friend had an almost supernatural ability to sense anomalies and interesting phenomena that their instruments might miss. It was as if she could feel the subtle rhythms and patterns of space itself, detecting variations that spoke of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. As they approached the area Goldie had identified, their long-range sensors began to detect something unusual indeed. The readings were faint and inconsistent, suggesting the presence of a large metallic object that seemed to phase in and out of detectability, as if it were somehow existing partially outside normal space-time. "How curious," Thomas murmured, studying the sensor readings with gentle fascination. "Whatever it is, it's definitely artificial. The metal composition suggests advanced construction, but the energy signatures are very old, very, very old." Goldie leaned forward in her seat, her silver eyes bright with interest. "It might be a derelict of some kind, perhaps a ship or station that's been drifting here for centuries, maybe even millennia. The phase shifting could be caused by some kind of temporal field generator that's still partially functional." The possibility of discovering an ancient derelict filled both friends with a mixture of excitement and reverence. Such finds were incredibly rare and precious, glimpses into the lives and achievements of civilizations that had reached for the stars long before Thomas and Goldie's own people had even discovered fire. Each derelict was like a message in a bottle, cast into the cosmic ocean by beings who had hoped their legacy might someday be found and remembered. It was a miracle that this bottle, this message, was found in such a vast void of space. As they drew closer to the anomaly, it began to resolve into something more concrete on their senses. The object was large, much larger than their own ship, and appeared to have a complex multi-section structure. The readings suggested multiple levels, extensive internal spaces, and what appeared to be docking facilities, designed to accommodate vessels from various different technological traditions. "It's a space station," Goldie breathed, her voice filled with wonder. "Look at the architecture on the long-range visual sensors, those curved sections, the way the different modules are connected. It's beautiful, like a flower blooming in space." Indeed, as the station became visible through their telescopic viewers, it revealed itself to be a marvel of ancient engineering. The central hub was a graceful sphere, perhaps a kilometer in diameter, from which extended 6 curved arms that swept outward, like the petals of some cosmic flower. Each arm terminated in a specialized module, some clearly designed for scientific research, others appearing to be living quarters or administrative sections, and at least one that looked like it might have been a cultural or recreational facility. The entire structure was covered in a hull material that seemed to shift color subtly as they watched, cycling slowly through shades of deep blue, silver and gold. This chromatic variation wasn't random. There was a pattern to it, a rhythm that suggested the station's systems might still be partially active, despite its apparent abandonment. "The design suggests a multi-species collaborative effort," Thomas observed, studying the station's architecture with growing appreciation. "Look at how different sections use different construction philosophies. Some favor curved organic shapes, others prefer angular geometric forms. This station was built by many different cultures working together." As they approached the mysterious station, both friends felt a sense of profound respect for what they were witnessing. This wasn't just a piece of ancient technology, it was a testament to cooperation and shared purpose among species that had reached across the vast distances of space to work together on some great endeavor. The stellar whisper drew nearer to the station, and Thomas began a careful scanning sequence to assess its condition and safety. The results were fascinating and somewhat puzzling. While the station appeared to have been abandoned for a very long time, many of its systems were still functional. Life support was minimal but present. Artificial gravity was operating in most sections, and there were even signs that some of the scientific equipment was still running automated research protocols. "It's as if the inhabitants just stepped out for a while," Goldie said softly, studying the readouts with gentle puzzlement. "Everything is still running, still maintained, but there are no life signs anywhere in the structure. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps they were called away suddenly, expecting to return. Or maybe they left the systems running as a gift for future explorers, a kind of cosmic lighthouse keeping its beacon burning for travelers like ourselves. As they circled the station slowly, looking for a suitable docking port, they noticed that one of the arms had clearly been designed as a visitor reception facility. There were multiple docking bays of different sizes and configurations, suggesting that the station's builders had anticipated visits from a wide variety of species and ship designs. There, Goldie pointed to a docking bay that seemed perfectly sized for the Stellar Whisper. That one has the same universal docking collar design we use, almost as if it were built specifically for ships like ours. The docking bay was located about halfway along one of the station's curved arms, with large transparent sections that would allow them to observe the interior before committing to entering. Through these windows, they could see a spacious chamber with what appeared to be automated docking equipment and atmospheric processes that would allow for safe transfer between their ship and the station. Thomas maneuvered the Stellar Whisper with his characteristic gentle precision, approaching the docking bay with the patient care of someone who respected both his ship and the ancient structure they were about to enter. The station's docking systems activated automatically as they approached, guiding lights illuminating a safe approach path, and mechanical arms extending to help secure their ship. The docking systems are definitely still active, Thomas noted with quiet amazement, and they seem to recognize our ship's configuration. The programming must be incredibly sophisticated to adapt so seamlessly to our technology. As their ship settled into the docking cradle with barely a tremor, both friends felt a moment of profound connection with the unknown beings who had built this place. Whoever they had been, they had designed their station not just for their own use, but as a welcome haven for any peaceful travelers who might discover it in the vast loneliness of space. The docking process completed itself with mechanical precision, but there was something almost ceremonial about the way the station's systems worked, as if each step in the procedure had been designed not just for function, but to convey a sense of welcome and respect for visiting guests. Atmosphere in the docking bay is breathable, Goldie reported, checking their environmental sensors. Gravity is set to a comfortable level, temperature is perfect. It's as if someone is still maintaining these systems for guests. Thomas began the process of powering down their ship's systems to standby mode, but he did so with extra care, ensuring that they could depart quickly, if necessary. While the station seemed peaceful and welcoming, they were experienced enough explorers to know that ancient technology could sometimes be unpredictable. Before leaving their ship, both friends took a moment to center themselves and prepare for what they might find in the abandoned station. Exploration of derelicts and ruins was always a deeply moving experience. Walking through spaces where other beings had once lived, worked, and dreamed could be both inspiring and melancholy. Whatever we find in there, Thomas said softly, we should remember that this place was once someone's home. We're guests here, even if our hosts are long gone. Goldie nodded, her expression serene but respectful, and perhaps we can learn something about them that will help us understand our own journey through the cosmos. Sometimes the greatest treasures we find aren't objects or technologies, but insights into the hopes and dreams of those who came before us. They made their way to the Stellar Whisper's airlock, where they put on their exploration suits, not because the station's atmosphere was dangerous, but because the suits contained recording equipment and tools that would help them document whatever they discovered. These weren't bulky, cumbersome spacesuits, but rather elegant garments woven from smart materials that provided protection while allowing complete freedom of movement. The airlock cycled open with a soft whisper of equalizing pressure, and Thomas and Goldie stepped into the docking bay of the ancient station. The space around them was larger than it had appeared from their ship, with a high vaulted ceiling that curved gracefully overhead. Soft lighting activated automatically as they entered, illuminating walls that were covered in what appeared to be artistic panels depicting various star systems and cosmic phenomena. How beautiful, Goldie whispered, moving closer to examine one of the panels. The artwork wasn't simply decorative, Each panel seemed to be a detailed map or chart of a different region of space, rendered with such precision and artistry that they were both scientifically accurate and aesthetically stunning. Thomas was examining the docking equipment that had secured their ship, marveling at the elegant engineering that allowed it to adapt to so many different vessel configurations. The technology here is incredibly advanced, but it's also gentle. Everything is designed with such care and consideration for the user's experience. From the docking bay, a wide corridor led deeper into the station. The walls were lined with more of the beautiful star charts, and the floor was made of some kind of material that seemed to absorb the sound of their footsteps, creating an atmosphere of peaceful quiet. Soft lighting panels in the ceiling provided warm, welcoming illumination that adjusted automatically to their presence. As they walked slowly down the corridor, both friends noticed small details that spoke of the care and attention that had gone into the station's construction. Handholds were positioned at heights that would accommodate beings of various sizes. The lighting was full spectrum, designed to be comfortable for eyes that had evolved under different stars. Even the air itself seemed to have been carefully formulated, not just breathable, but actually pleasant, carrying subtle hints of what might have been flowers or growing things. This corridor leads to what appears to be the main hub, Thomas observed, consulting the schematic that had appeared on a wall panel as they approached. The diagram showed the station's layout in elegant detail, with different sections labeled in multiple languages and writing systems. The main hub, when they reached it, took their breath away. It was a vast spherical chamber, perhaps 100 meters in diameter, with transparent sections in the walls that provided stunning views of the surrounding space. But it was the center of the chamber that truly captured their attention. Suspended in the middle of the sphere was what appeared to be a three-dimensional map of the entire local galaxy cluster. Thousands of tiny lights represented star systems, connected by flowing lines that showed trade routes, communication networks, and what appeared to be cultural exchange pathways. The map was dynamic, with lights pulsing gently to indicate some kind of ongoing activity or monitoring. It's a coordination center, Goldie realized, her voice filled with wonder. This station wasn't just a research facility or way station, it was a hub for coordinating activities across multiple galaxies. Look at the scope of it. Thomas moved closer to the galactic map, studying the patterns of connections between star systems, and it's still active. Look, some of these connections are pulsing more brightly than others. I think it's showing real-time information about something, communications maybe, or trade flows. As they stood in the center of the hub, surrounded by the slowly rotating galactic map, both friends felt a profound sense of awe at the scope of the civilization that had built this place. This wasn't just advanced technology, it was evidence of a level of cooperation and coordination between species that spanned entire galaxies. From the main hub, several corridors led to different sections of the station.
The main hub was filled with beings of dozens of different species, all working together with obvious cooperation and mutual respect. Some were tall and graceful, with features that reminded Thomas of ancient Earth mythology's description of elves. Others were short and sturdy, with crystalline skin that refracted light in beautiful patterns. Still others defied easy description, energy beings that existed as patterns of living light, aquatic species that moved through the station's specially adapted water-filled areas, and gaseous beings that communicated through complex chemical exchanges. "This is beautiful," Thomas whispered, watching as a group of mixed species worked together on what appeared to be a complex scientific project. Despite their vast physical differences, they moved with the easy coordination of people who had learned to understand and appreciate each other's unique strengths. The memory shifted, showing them the cultural center during what appeared to be some kind of celebration. Beings from throughout the galaxy had gathered to share their art, music, and stories. The hall was filled with sounds and sights of indescribable beauty, harmonies that no single species could have created alone. Artistic displays that combined the aesthetic traditions of dozens of cultures into something entirely new and wonderful. They weren't just cooperating, Goldie realized. They were creating something greater than the sum of their parts, a new kind of civilization that transcended the boundaries of individual species and cultures. Another memory showed the departure, the moment when the call for help had arrived, and the station's inhabitants had made their fateful decision. There was sadness at leaving their beautiful home, but also determination and pride in being able to help others in desperate need. The farewell messages they had seen in the residential section were recorded during these final days, each one expressing hope that their legacy would inspire others to continue the work of building bridges across the cosmic community. As the memory experience concluded, Thomas and Goldie found themselves back in the archive chamber, profoundly moved by what they had witnessed. The station's former inhabitants hadn't been perfect. The AI had shown them moments of disagreement and conflict as well as harmony, but they had been committed to something larger than themselves, something that offered hope for the future of all intelligent life in the universe. "Thank you for sharing this with us," Thomas said to the AI. "We understand now what this place represents, and we're honored to have been able to experience even a small part of it." "The honor is mine," the AI replied. "For nearly 9 centuries I have maintained this place alone, hoping that someday beings like yourselves would discover it and understand its significance. You have given my existence new meaning." Goldie had been studying the archive's vast collection of memory crystals, each one containing the experiences and knowledge of the station's former inhabitants. Is all of this knowledge just going to remain here? It seems tragic that such wisdom and experience should be isolated in an abandoned station. That is part of why I hoped for visitors like yourselves, the AI said. Much of what is stored here could benefit the wider galactic community, but I needed to find the right beings to serve as stewards and disseminators of this knowledge, beings who would use it wisely, for the benefit of all rather than for personal gain. Thomas and Goldie exchanged a meaningful look. They were being offered not just the privilege of exploring this amazing place, but the responsibility of helping to share its treasures with the galaxy at large. It was both exciting and daunting. "We're not scholars or diplomats," Thomas said carefully. "We're just explorers who love to discover new things and share them with others. Would we be suitable stewards for such important knowledge?" The former inhabitants were also explorers at heart, the AI replied. "What matters is not your formal credentials, but your character and intentions. I have observed you throughout your visit here, and I believe you embody the same spirit of peaceful curiosity and respectful cooperation that this station was built to promote." They spent the rest of their day aboard the station exploring its various sections with the AI as their guide. They visited laboratories where groundbreaking research had been conducted into everything from stellar engineering to cross-species psychology. They saw workshops where artisans from different worlds had collaborated to create hybrid art forms that combined the best elements of multiple cultural traditions. They explored gardens where plants from hundreds of worlds had been cultivated together, creating ecosystems of impossible beauty and complexity. In the scientific sections, they discovered research that was centuries ahead of what most of the current galactic community had achieved. Technologies for faster-than-light communication that could connect civilizations across entire galactic clusters, terraforming techniques that could transform dead worlds into gardens without harming existing ecosystems, medical knowledge that could extend healthy lifespans for dozens of different species while maintaining quality of life and mental well-being. This knowledge could revolutionize the galaxy, Goldie observed, studying readouts from a project that appeared to have successfully created stable renewable energy sources by tapping into the fundamental forces that held atoms together. "But it must be shared carefully," Thomas added thoughtfully. "Knowledge like this could be incredibly beneficial, but it could also be dangerous in the wrong hands."
We would need to find a way to make it available to those who would use it wisely, while preventing it from being exploited by those with less noble intentions. The AI had been listening to their conversation with obvious interest. This was precisely the challenge that the station's inhabitants faced, it said. They developed protocols for sharing advanced knowledge that emphasized education, ethical training, and gradual implementation rather than simple technology transfer. Perhaps these protocols could serve as a model for sharing the archive's contents. As the station's artificial day cycle progressed toward evening, Thomas and Goldie found themselves in the observation lounge, a beautiful chamber with transparent walls that provided spectacular views of the surrounding space. The AI had thoughtfully activated some of the station's recreational systems, filling the lounge with soft music that seemed to blend the musical traditions of dozens of species into something hauntingly beautiful. They sat in comfortable chairs that had apparently been designed to accommodate their specific body types, sipping warm beverages that the station's food synthesizers had prepared based on analysis of their nutritional needs and taste preferences. The drinks were delicious, somehow familiar yet exotic, comforting yet exciting. This has been the most meaningful day of exploration we've ever experienced, Thomas said softly, gazing out at the star field beyond the station. We came here expecting to find interesting ruins, but instead we've discovered a living legacy and been entrusted with a sacred responsibility. Goldie nodded, her expression thoughtful and peaceful. I keep thinking about the sacrifice those beings made, leaving all of this beauty and comfort to help strangers they'd never met. It makes me want to be worthy of their example. Through the transparent walls of the lounge, they could see the lights of their own ship, the Stellar Whisper, docked peacefully at the station. Tomorrow they would need to decide how to proceed with the knowledge and responsibility they had been given. But for now, they were content to simply exist in this peaceful place, surrounded by the legacy of beings who had dedicated their lives to building a better universe. I have a proposal, the AI said quietly, as if hesitant to interrupt their contemplation. Rather than trying to disseminate all of the archive's knowledge at once, perhaps we could begin with a more modest approach. You could take copies of certain selected materials, things that would be immediately beneficial and relatively safe, and begin sharing them with the galactic community. As trust is built and proper safeguards are established, more advanced knowledge could be gradually released. It was a sensible approach, and one that felt manageable rather than overwhelming. Thomas and Goldie could continue their exploration activities while also serving as ambassadors for the station's legacy, gradually building a network of trustworthy beings who could help with the larger task of responsible knowledge sharing. We could start with the cultural archives, Goldie suggested. Art, music, literature, philosophy, things that would enrich people's lives without posing technological risks, and maybe some of the basic scientific knowledge that could help improve quality of life for various species. That sounds like an excellent beginning, the AI agreed, and as you travel and explore, you could also be looking for potential partners and collaborators, beings who share the same values and vision that guided this station's original inhabitants. As they continued to discuss possibilities for the future, Thomas found him.
The weight of distance, the silence on Pluto, was unlike anything Sarah Chen had ever experienced. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the absence of everything that usually filled the spaces between thoughts. No wind, no insects, no distant traffic hum, just the soft whisper of her own breathing inside the environmental suit. She walked slowly across the nitrogen snow. Each step left a perfect impression in the crystalline surface. The prince stretched behind her in a straight line, disappearing into the pale horizon. In 37 years of life, she had never felt so alone or so at peace with that loneliness. The sun hung in the black sky like a bright star, Nothing more than that. From here, Earth was just another point of light among millions. Sarah paused and looked up. Somewhere in that darkness, people were having arguments about money. Children were learning to read. Lovers were meeting for the first time. All of it happening in a tiny pocket of warmth around that distant star. Her suit's heater hummed quietly. The sound was comforting. It reminded her that she was still alive, still human, even out here in this frozen wilderness at the edge of the solar system. She had come to Pluto to study the ice formations. That was her job. But really, she had come to think, to find some kind of clarity in this place where everything unnecessary had been stripped away. The research station was 2 kilometers behind her now, a small cluster of domes, connected by covered walkways, home to 12 people who had chosen to spend 2 years at the farthest reaches of human exploration. Dr. Marcus Webb was probably still in his lab, analyzing ice samples under the microscope. Dr. Elena Rodriguez would be checking the atmospheric monitors, and Dr. James Lee Yu would be in the communications array, maintaining contact with Earth. Sarah had told them she was going for a routine survey walk. That was true, but not complete. She needed time, alone with her thoughts, time to process what she had learned 3 days ago in that static-filled video call from Earth. Her marriage was over. The words still felt strange in her mind. 15 years with David, and it had ended with a conversation full of delays and digital artifacts. His face pixelated on the screen as he explained that he couldn't wait anymore, that he needed someone who was actually present in his life, someone who wasn't always looking toward the next distant world to explore. She understood. That didn't make it hurt less, but she understood. The snow crunched under her boots. Each step was deliberate, careful. There was something meditative about the rhythm. Step, pause, breathe. Step, pause, breathe. The pattern helped quiet the endless loop of conversations she would never have, apologies she would never get to make. Up ahead, the terrain began to change. The flat plains gave way to gentle hills covered in formations that looked like frozen flowers. Methane ice, sculpted by processes that took centuries to unfold. Sarah approached the nearest formation with the careful reverence of someone entering a cathedral. The ice flowers were taller than she was. Their petals caught the distant sunlight and threw it back in subtle rainbows. Blue, silver, the faintest hint of gold. She had seen photographs of these formations, but being here among them was different. The scale, the silence, the way they seemed to pulse with their own slow life. She sat down on an outcrop of water ice and let herself really look. Time moved differently here. A day on Pluto lasted more than 6 Earth days. The seasons took centuries to change. Everything happened slowly, gradually, with a patience that human life rarely allowed. Maybe that was what she needed to learn. Patience with herself, with the choices that had brought her to this place, with the loneliness that felt so heavy and so necessary at the same time. Her suit's display showed that she had been walking for 3 hours. The research station was just a dark spot on the horizon now, barely visible against the pale landscape. She should probably head back soon. The others would start to worry if she stayed out too long, but not yet. She wasn't ready to return to the warmth and noise and human complications of the station. A meteor streaked across the black sky above her, a brief flash of light that appeared and vanished in seconds. Out here, shooting stars were common. Pluto's thin atmosphere and low gravity meant that even small pieces of space debris could put on spectacular shows as they burned up in the nitrogen sky. This one was different though, brighter than the others she had seen, and it seemed to be coming closer,
instead of burning up in the distance. Sarah stood up slowly. Her heart began to beat faster. The meteor was definitely heading her way, and it wasn't slowing down. She started to run. Chapter 2. Impact. Running in low gravity, while wearing an environmental suit, was more like controlled floating. Each step carried Sarah several meters forward in long dreamlike bounds. Behind her, the meteor grew brighter and larger. She could see it clearly now. A chunk of rock and ice about the size of a car, glowing white-hot as it plowed through Pluto's thin atmosphere. The sound reached her a few seconds later. Not the sharp crack she might have expected, but a deep rumbling vibration that she felt through the ground as much as heard through her suit's external microphones. The kind of sound that spoke of enormous forces and ancient processes. Sarah tried to calculate where it would hit. Her mind, trained by years of scientific observation, automatically began working the angles and trajectories. The meteor was coming down fast and steep. It would impact somewhere behind her, probably in the area where she had been sitting among the ice formations. She stopped running and turned around. There was no point in trying to outrun the shock wave. Better to face it and try to keep her balance when it hit. The meteor struck the surface with surprising gentleness. Instead of a violent explosion, it simply disappeared into the nitrogen snow with a soft thump that sounded almost apologetic. A small cloud of ice crystals puffed up from the impact site, glittering in the starlight like scattered diamonds. Then the ground began to shake. Not violently, but with a steady, rhythmic tremor that seemed to come from deep beneath the surface. Sarah's suit registered the vibrations through its feet sensors. The shaking continued for almost a minute, then gradually faded to stillness. When it was over, something had changed in the landscape around the impact site. The ice formations looked different somehow, more symmetrical, more purposeful in their arrangement, as if the meteor's impact had awakened some kind of organizing principle in the frozen ground. Sarah walked back toward the crater. Her steps were even more careful now. The meteor had been small, but any impact could destabilize the terrain. She didn't want to fall through a weak spot in the ice into some hidden cavern system. The crater itself was disappointingly ordinary. A shallow depression in the snow, maybe 3 meters across, with the meteor sitting at the bottom like a dark, cooling coal. But around the edges of the crater, something extraordinary was happening. The ice formations were growing, not quickly. Nothing happened quickly on Pluto, but visibly. New crystalline structures were emerging from the ground in slow motion, adding layers and complexity to the existing patterns. It was like watching flowers bloom in extreme time-lapse, except this was happening in real time. Sarah knelt at the crater's edge and activated her suit's recording systems. Whatever was happening here, it was unlike anything in the geological literature. The meteor impact seemed to have triggered some kind of crystallization process in the nitrogen ice, but that didn't make sense. Nitrogen ice was relatively simple stuff. It didn't form complex structures like this. She reached out to touch one of the growing formations. The ice was warm, not warm enough to melt, but noticeably warmer than the ambient temperature. Her suit's thermal sensors confirmed it. The entire area around the crater was radiating heat. That definitely didn't make sense. The meteor had been small, and it had already cooled to match the surface temperature. There was no energy source that could account for this level of thermal activity, unless the meteor wasn't just rock and ice. Sarah activated her suit spectrometer and aimed it at the object in the crater. The readings were strange. The meteor showed signatures of elements that shouldn't exist in stable form. Heavy isotopes that should have decayed millions of years ago. Molecular structures that seemed to violate basic principles of chemistry. But the strangest thing was the pattern in the spectral data. It wasn't random. There was organization to it. Structure. Almost like like information. Sarah sat back on her heels and stared at the meteor. In her 15 years as a planetary geologist, she had examined thousands of rock samples from across the solar system. She had never seen anything like this. The object in the crater wasn't just a piece of space debris, it was something else entirely. Something that was actively changing the landscape around it. The ice formations continued to grow as she watched. They were beautiful in their complexity, spiraling towers and delicate bridges that connected in impossible ways. The whole area was beginning to look less like a natural formation and more like architecture. Alien architecture, designed by minds that thought in ways completely different from human minds. Sarah's training told her to collect samples and return to the station immediately. This was a discovery that would change everything humanity thought it knew about the outer solar system. But something deeper, some instinct she had developed from years of field work, told her to wait, to observe, to try to understand what she was seeing before she disturbed it. She settled into a comfortable position and watched the ice city grow around her. The patterns were hypnotic, fractal structures that repeated at different scales, geometric relationships that seemed to follow mathematical principles she didn't recognize. It was like watching the universe write poetry in crystalline ice. Hours passed. The distant sun moved across the black sky with imperceptible slowness. Sarah's suit kept her warm and supplied with air, but she was beginning to feel the effects of the low temperature. Her fingers and toes were getting numb despite the environmental controls. She would need to return to the station soon, but the ice formations showed no signs of stopping their growth. If anything, they were becoming more complex, more organized, more purposeful. Sarah activated her suit's communication system and tried to contact the research station. Static filled her helmet speakers. She tried again, adjusting frequencies and power levels. Still nothing but white noise. That was concerning. The communication range of her suit was limited, but she should still be able to reach the station from this distance. Unless something was interfering with the signal. She looked around at the growing ice structures. Many of them had developed into tall spires that reached up into the thin atmosphere. Could they be acting like some kind of antenna array, blocking or disrupting radio communications? Sarah tried her emergency beacon. The device was designed to punch through interference and alert the station if she was in trouble. But when she activated it, nothing happened. The beacon's status light showed that it was functioning normally, but there was no indication that the signal was getting through. She was effectively cut off from the outside world. The realization should have frightened her. She was alone on the surface of the most distant world in the solar system, with no way to call for help. But instead of fear, Sarah felt something closer to wonder. Whatever was happening here, she was the first human to witness it. She was part of something unprecedented. She decided to stay and observe for as long as her suit's power would allow. The environmental system was rated for 8 hours of continuous operation. She had been out for about 5 hours, which gave her 3 more before she would need to return to the station. 3 hours to try to understand the most amazing thing she had ever seen. Chapter 3. The architecture of ice. As Sarah continued to watch, the ice formations began to take on recognizable shapes. Not recognizable in any human sense, but geometrically consistent. Patterns that repeated and evolved according to rules she could almost grasp. It was like watching the construction of a city designed by mathematicians who understood dimensions beyond the usual 3. The structures grew upward and outward from the meteor's impact site in concentric rings. Each ring had its own architectural style, its own organizing principles. The innermost ring, closest to the crater, consisted of tall spires that twisted as they rose like frozen tornadoes made of crystalline ice. The second ring was composed of lower, broader structures that resembled flowers or sea anemones. The third ring featured delicate bridges and arches that connected isolated towers in ways that seemed to defy gravity. Sarah found herself thinking about cathedrals, about the way human architects had learned to build structures that inspired awe through the careful manipulation of space and light. These ice formations had the same quality. They weren't just random crystallization. They were designed to create a specific emotional response in anyone who saw them. But designed by what or whom? The meteor itself had stopped glowing, but it continued to emit that strange warmth. Sarah's spectrometer readings showed that the object was somehow converting matter at the quantum level, transforming simple nitrogen ice into increasingly complex molecular structures. It was like watching evolution happen in fast forward, except instead of biological organisms, the evolving entities were geometric forms made of frozen gas. Sarah moved carefully among the growing structures, documenting everything with her suit's cameras and sensors. The ice formations weren't just static sculptures.
Look at this. It starts with simple counting 1, 2, 3, 4, then basic arithmetic, addition, subtraction, multiplication, then geometric relationships, pi, the golden ratio, prime number sequences. Sarah studied the data with growing recognition. These were some of the same mathematical principles she had perceived in the ice chamber. It's like a first contact protocol. Exactly. Liu's enthusiasm was infectious. Whoever sent these signals was trying to establish a baseline for communication. They were teaching us their mathematical language. Rodriguez appeared in the doorway, carrying coffee, and looking like she hadn't slept much either. The satellite imagery is even more interesting in daylight. The ice formations aren't just growing, they're reorganizing themselves. The whole structure is becoming more complex and more symmetrical. She activated the wall display and showed them the latest images from orbit. The impact site had transformed overnight into something that looked less like a natural formation and more like an alien city. Spiraling towers, delicate bridges, crystalline domes that caught and reflected the distant sunlight. It's beautiful, Rodriguez said quietly, but it's also completely impossible according to everything we know about ice crystallization. Webb joined them, carrying equipment cases and wearing the focused expression he got when faced with an interesting scientific puzzle. I've prepared everything we'll need for comprehensive analysis: spectrometers, sample collectors, core drilling equipment. If there's something unusual about the chemistry or physics involved, we'll find it. Sarah felt a familiar mixture of excitement and nervousness. She was about to lead her colleagues into an encounter that would challenge everything they thought they knew about the universe, but she was also confident that they were the right people for this moment. Their combined expertise and open-minded approach to scientific investigation would be essential for understanding what they were about to experience. The journey back to the impact site took them across the same ice plains Sarah had traversed the day before, but now she was seeing the landscape with different eyes. The subtle patterns in the snow, the way the light reflected off the ice formations in the distance, the mathematical relationships that seemed to govern the placement of natural features, it all looked like part of a larger design. There it is, Webb said, as they crested a low ridge and the ice city came into view. The others fell silent as they saw the scope of what had grown overnight. The crystalline structures now covered several square kilometers, rising from the snow like a frozen garden of mathematical forms. The tallest spires reached almost 100 meters into the thin atmosphere, their surfaces carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as they watched. "My God," Rodriguez whispered, This is impossible. Ice doesn't form structures like this. Liu was already taking readings with his communication equipment. I'm detecting active signals, much stronger than what we picked up at the station. It's like the whole formation is functioning as some kind of transmission array. Sarah led them carefully through the outer ring of formations. The structures seemed even more beautiful and complex than they had the day before. New patterns had emerged overnight. New connections had been made between different sections of the city. It was as if the entire formation was evolving according to some internal logic. The thermal readings are off the charts, Webb reported, checking his instruments. These formations are generating their own heat. There's some kind of active process happening at the molecular level. They approached the crater where the meteor had landed. The object itself was still there, but it had changed. What had been a rough chunk of rock and ice now appeared polished and symmetrical. Its surface was covered with the same intricate patterns that decorated the surrounding ice formations. It's been modified, Sarah observed. Or maybe it's been modifying itself. Rodriguez knelt beside the crater and began taking detailed measurements. The molecular composition is unlike anything I've seen. There are isotopes here that shouldn't exist in stable form. Crystalline structures that violate basic principles of chemistry. Liu's equipment was registering intense signal activity from the meteor itself. Whatever this object is, it's definitely the source of the communication signals, but the patterns are much more complex now. It's like it's been learning. Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Learning from what? From us, Liu said quietly. From our responses to the initial signals. It's been adapting its communication protocols based on our attempts to decode its messages. Webb looked up from his sample collection work. That's not possible. You're talking about an intelligence that can process information and modify its behavior in real time. But this is just a meteor. Sarah looked at her colleagues, seeing the same mixture of excitement and fear that she had felt the day before. They were on the verge of a discovery that would change everything, but they were also facing something that challenged their fundamental understanding of what intelligence could be and how it could manifest in the universe. I think we need to consider the possibility that we're dealing with something genuinely alien, she said carefully. Something that operates according to principles we don't understand. Rodriguez stood up from her measurements, her face pale but determined. If that's true, then we have a responsibility to approach this as carefully as possible. First contact protocols, if such a thing is even possible with something this strange. Liu nodded. We need to try to communicate, to establish some kind of dialogue. If this intelligence has traveled across space to reach us, it must have something it wants to share. Webb was still struggling with the implications, but how do we communicate with a rock? How do we establish dialogue with a crystalline formation? Sarah remembered the chamber at the heart of the ice city, the patterns on the walls that had seemed to respond to her presence, the feeling of being taught, of receiving information through channels that bypassed language entirely. I think I know a way, she said, but it will require trust, and it will require us to accept that we might be changed by the experience. She led them deeper into the ice city, toward the central chamber, where she had experienced the most intense contact the day before. The formations around them seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if they were aware of the approaching visitors and were preparing for something significant. At the heart of the city, the spherical chamber waited, but it had grown larger overnight and more complex. The walls now showed moving patterns of incredible intricacy, mathematical mandalas that formed and dissolved in endless variation. This is where it happens, Sarah said quietly. This is where we can make contact. Her three colleagues stared at the chamber with a mixture of awe and apprehension. They were scientists, trained to observe and analyze and understand. But this was something beyond the reach of conventional scientific method. This required a different kind of courage, the courage to step into the unknown and trust that they would find something wonderful there. Chapter 6. 4 Minds, 1 Message.
The chamber had indeed grown larger overnight, now accommodating all 4 researchers comfortably. As they stepped inside, Sarah felt the familiar shift in perception that she had experienced the day before. The patterns on the walls seemed to respond to their presence, becoming more active and more complex. Liu's communication equipment immediately began registering intense signal activity. "It's responding to us," he said with barely contained excitement. "The signal patterns are changing in real time based on our presence." Webb was taking readings with his geological instruments, trying to understand the physical processes that were creating the moving patterns on the walls. The ice is somehow reorganizing its molecular structure continuously. It's like watching matter think. Rodriguez had activated her camera systems and was documenting everything. But as she watched the patterns shift and flow, she began to lower her equipment. "I don't think photography is going to capture what's really happening here," she said quietly. "This is something that needs to be experienced directly." Sarah nodded. She had come to the same conclusion during her first visit to the chamber. Whatever intelligence was trying to communicate with them, it wasn't using channels that could be easily recorded or analyzed with conventional instruments. "I think we need to approach this like meditation," she suggested. "Try to quiet our analytical minds and just be open to whatever wants to communicate with us." The 4 researchers settled into comfortable positions in the center of the chamber. The patterns on the walls seemed to respond to their stillness, becoming more synchronized and more purposeful in their movement. Webb was the first to experience the contact. His eyes widened as patterns of light and meaning began to flow directly into his consciousness. I can see how the ice is being constructed, molecule by molecule, according to mathematical principles that describe the structure of space-time itself." Liu gasped as his own contact began. "It's showing me the signals, not just the patterns we detected, but the whole communication system. There are networks of these entities spread across the galaxy. They've been trying to make contact with emerging intelligences for millions of years." Rodriguez began to tremble as information flooded into her mind. "The patterns, they're not just decorative, they're maps, star charts showing the locations of other worlds where contact has been made, and Earth is marked as a candidate species." Sarah felt the familiar expansion of consciousness that she had experienced the day before, but this time it was stronger, more focused. The alien intelligence was using the combined minds of all 4 researchers to create a more complex communication channel. Images began to flow through their shared consciousness. Views of distant worlds where similar ice cities had grown after meteor impacts. Civilizations that had learned to work with the alien intelligence, incorporating its mathematical principles into their technology and their understanding of the universe. But they also saw worlds where the contact had been rejected or feared. Civilizations that had destroyed the ice formations and driven away the alien presence. Some of these species had continued to develop on their own, but others had stagnated, missing crucial opportunities for growth and understanding. "It's not trying to control us," Sarah realized, speaking the word. "It's not trying to control us," Sarah realized, speaking the thought aloud as it crystallized in her mind. "It's trying to teach us, to show us possibilities we haven't imagined." The patterns on the chamber walls pulsed with what felt like approval. Through their shared connection, the 4 researchers began to understand the true nature of what they were experiencing. The alien intelligence wasn't a single entity, but rather a collective consciousness that had learned to encode itself in mathematical relationships and crystalline structures. Webb's voice was filled with wonder as he processed what he was seeing. "It's showing me construction techniques that work with natural forces instead of fighting against them. Architecture that grows rather than being built. Cities that evolve to meet the needs of their inhabitants." Liu's communication expertise allowed him to perceive deeper layers of the message. The signal networks, they're not just for communication, they're for sharing knowledge across vast distances. Any species that learns to interface with this system gains access to millions of years of accumulated wisdom. Rodriguez saw the artistic and cultural implications. The patterns aren't just functional, They're beautiful. This intelligence has learned to create meaning that operates on both logical and aesthetic levels simultaneously. Science and art unified in ways we've never imagined. As their understanding deepened, the chamber began to show them more specific information about Earth and humanity's place in the galaxy. Images of their home world appeared in the flowing patterns, blue oceans, green continents, the sprawling lights of cities at night. But these weren't just observational images. They were diagnostic scans, showing the health of Earth's ecosystems, the stability of its climate, the distribution of its resources. And the picture wasn't entirely encouraging. It's been watching us, Sarah realized, monitoring our development for
How long?
The answer came not in words but in a deep knowing that settled into all their minds simultaneously. Thousands of years, the alien intelligence had been observing human civilization since its earliest stages, waiting for the right moment to make contact, waiting until humanity had developed enough scientific sophistication to understand the message. But before it was too late to benefit from the knowledge, Webb saw complex diagrams showing sustainable technologies that humanity could develop, energy systems based on quantum crystallization processes, manufacturing techniques that worked in harmony with natural cycles, transportation methods that used the underlying geometric structure of space-time itself. Liu perceived vast databases of information about other species' evolutionary paths, civilizations that had faced the same challenges Earth was now confronting: resource depletion, environmental degradation, the difficulty of transitioning from a competitive to a cooperative social structure. Some had succeeded in making the transition, others had failed catastrophically. Rodriguez saw the cultural and philosophical frameworks that successful species had developed, ways of thinking that valued long-term sustainability over short-term gain, social structures based on cooperation rather than competition, art and science integrated into unified approaches to understanding reality. But underlying all of this information was a sense of urgency. The window of opportunity for Earth was limited. Humanity was approaching critical thresholds in its development, points where the choices made in the next few decades would determine whether the species survived and prospered or collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. Were meant to be ambassadors. Sarah understood suddenly. This intelligence chose to make contact here on Pluto because it knew that only people with the right combination of scientific training and exploratory spirit would be present. We're supposed to take this knowledge back to Earth. The chamber pulsed with confirmation, but it also conveyed the challenges they would face. Human society was not well prepared to accept evidence of alien intelligence, especially intelligence that challenged fundamental assumptions about how the universe worked. There would be fear, skepticism, attempts to suppress or weaponize the knowledge. Webb saw the political implications clearly. Governments will want to control this. Military organizations will see it as a threat or an opportunity for advantage. Corporate interests will try to exploit it for profit. Liu nodded grimly. And the scientific establishment will be split between those who embrace the new paradigm and those who reject it as impossible. Rodriguez understood the cultural barriers. People's entire worldviews are built around the assumption that humanity is alone in the universe. This will challenge every religious, philosophical, and social framework we have. But the alien intelligence had anticipated these challenges. It began showing them strategies for gradual disclosure, for building networks of understanding individuals who could help humanity navigate the transition. The ice formations themselves were part of this strategy. They would continue to grow and evolve, providing undeniable evidence of alien intelligence while also serving as communication nodes for ongoing contact. There will be others, Sarah realized. More meteor impacts, more ice cities. This is just the beginning of a longer process of contact and integration. The patterns confirmed her understanding. Over the coming months and years, similar formations would appear at other locations throughout the outer solar system. Each one would be slightly different, adapted to the specific conditions of its environment and the needs of the humans who discovered it. But the success of the overall project
would depend on how well the first contact team, the four of them managed the initial revelation. They were the proof of concept, the test case for whether humanity was ready to join the galactic community of evolved civilization. The weight of that responsibility settled over them like a heavy blanket, but it was balanced by the incredible opportunity they were being offered: access to knowledge and technologies that could solve Earth's most pressing problems, guidance from intelligences that had successfully navigated the challenges that humanity was now facing. Webb broke the long silence that had settled over the chamber. How do we even begin to share this? How do we convince people that what we've experienced here is real? The answer came in the form of practical demonstrations. The chamber walls began showing them techniques for creating smaller ice formations that could replicate some of the effects they had witnessed, ways to demonstrate the mathematical principle underlying the alien intelligence, methods for establishing communication protocols that other scientists could verify and reproduce. Liu's eyes lit up with understanding. We can create a reproducible phenomenon, something that other researchers can experience for themselves. The evidence won't just be our word, it will be direct contact with the intelligence itself. Rodriguez saw the documentation possibilities, and we can record the environmental effects, the energy signatures, the mathematical patterns, even if we can't capture the subjective experience of contact. We can document the objective changes in physical systems. Sarah felt a plan beginning to crystallize in her mind. We start small. We document everything we can here. We create reproducible demonstrations. We identify other scientists who are open-minded enough to accept the evidence. And we build a network of understanding before we go public with the full implications. The alien intelligence pulsed with approval. This was exactly the kind of careful, systematic approach that had worked with other species. Gradual revelation, building understanding, step by step, allowing people time to adjust their worldviews without triggering panic or destructive reactions. But even as they planned their approach,
The transformation began with whispers in the scientific community. Dr. Elena Rodriguez preliminary reports, carefully crafted to seem like routine geological surveys, began circulating among researchers who specialized in extremophile biology and astrogeochemistry. James Liu's communication protocols, disguised as experiments in quantum entanglement, found their way to physicists working on the frontiers of information theory. Dr. Marcus Webb's crystalline formations, presented as novel applications of pressure and temperature manipulation, sparked interest among materials scientists who had been searching for breakthrough technologies in manufacturing and construction. But it was Sarah Chen's comprehensive documentation that provided the foundation for what would become known as the Pluto Protocols, a carefully structured approach to revealing the reality of alien intelligence to a world that wasn't entirely ready to accept it. The beauty of the approach was its scientific rigor. Every claim could be tested, every phenomenon could be reproduced, every piece of evidence could be independently verified. The alien intelligence had designed the revelation process to work within the existing frameworks of human science, even as it gradually expanded those frameworks to encompass entirely new possibilities. Dr. Kenji Nakamura at Tokyo University was among the first to successfully reproduce the crystalline formation techniques. His initial skepticism melted away as he watched simple ice crystals reorganize themselves in response to focused thought patterns, following mathematical principles that seemed to violate thermodynamics, but worked with perfect consistency. It's not that the laws of physics are being broken, he reported to his colleagues. It's that we're discovering laws we didn't know existed. Quantum consciousness effects that operate at macroscopic scales under specific conditions. Professor Maria Santos at the University of São Paulo independently confirmed Liu's communication protocols. Her team successfully established quantum entanglement connections with the Pluto formation and began receiving structured information that demonstrated clear signs of artificial intelligence. "We're not just observing alien intelligence," she told her research group. "We're actually communicating with it. And it's teaching us things about the universe that we never imagined." Dr. Amara Okafor at the University of Lagos made perhaps the most significant early breakthrough when she applied the crystalline formation techniques to traditional African mathematical systems. The results were spectacular: ice sculptures that incorporated geometric principles from ancient Yoruba art, creating patterns that bridged human cultural knowledge with alien intelligence. "This intelligence isn't trying to replace our knowledge systems," she explained in her groundbreaking paper. "It's showing us how to integrate them into a larger understanding of reality." But the revelation process wasn't limited to academic institutions. The alien intelligence had identified individuals in various fields who could contribute to the gradual disclosure process. Artist Chen Wei in Beijing found herself creating sculptures that seemed to anticipate the crystalline formations before she had any knowledge of the Pluto discovery. When she eventually learned about Webb's work, she immediately understood the connection and began incorporating alien-inspired mathematical principles into her art. Composer Sarah Mitchell in London began writing music based on the harmonic relationships she perceived in Liu's communication protocols. Her compositions seemed to resonate with the quantum frequencies that the alien intelligence used for interstellar communication. Philosopher Dr. Rajesh Gupta in New Delhi developed conceptual frameworks for understanding consciousness as a fundamental property of the universe, providing the theoretical foundation for accepting the reality of alien intelligence operating through crystalline structures. The network of understanding individuals grew organically, each new person who successfully made contact with the alien intelligence becoming a node in an expanding web of communication and cooperation. But the process was carefully managed to prevent premature public disclosure. Sarah and her team remained at the Pluto station, serving as the primary communication hub between the alien intelligence and the growing Earth-based network. The Ace City around their research station had evolved into something that resembled a vast university, with specialized chambers for different types of knowledge transfer and collaboration. The Chamber for Scientific Communication had grown to accommodate dozens of simultaneous connections, allowing researchers from around the world to collaborate directly with the alien intelligence on problems ranging from climate change to sustainable energy to medical breakthroughs. The Artistic Collaboration Chamber had become a space where human creativity interfaced with alien aesthetic sensibilities, producing works of art that operated on both human and alien levels of meaning simultaneously. The Philosophical Dialogue Chamber served as a meeting ground for different forms of consciousness to explore questions of meaning, purpose, and the nature of existence itself. But perhaps most importantly, the Strategic Planning Chamber had become the headquarters for coordinating humanity's gradual transition toward galactic citizenship. Here, human planners worked with alien intelligence to navigate the complex challenges of revelation, integration, and cultural evolution. Webb had adapted remarkably well to his role as humanity's primary liaison for technological transfer. The alien intelligence had shown him manufacturing techniques that could revolutionize human industry while remaining within Earth's ecological limits. Solar energy collection systems that operated at near-perfect efficiency, transportation technologies that used quantum manipulation of space-time to minimize energy consumption, construction methods that could create materials stronger than diamond from simple atmospheric gases. The technologies aren't just more advanced, he explained to the growing network of collaborators. They're based on completely different principles. Instead of fighting against natural forces, they work with the underlying structure of reality itself. Liu had become the master of interstellar communication,
establishing regular contact with alien intelligence networks around dozens of other star systems. Through these connections, humanity was beginning to learn about the galactic community it was preparing to join. There are thousands of species in the network, he reported. Some are biological like us, others are purely energy-based, and still others exist as distributed consciousness in crystalline matrices. But they all share a commitment to cooperative evolution and sustainable development. Rodriguez had perhaps undergone the most profound transformation. Her artistic sensibilities had expanded to encompass forms of beauty and meaning that operated on geological and astronomical scales. She had become humanity's primary interpreter of alien aesthetics, helping people understand that the alien intelligence experienced and created beauty in ways that were both familiar and completely revolutionary. Art isn't just decoration for them, she explained. It's a way of thinking, a method of problem solving, a form of consciousness itself. When they design a crystalline formation, they're not just creating a functional structure, they're composing symphonies in frozen mathematics. Sarah had evolved into something like a bridge consciousness, equally comfortable thinking in human terms and alien mathematical relationships. She found herself serving as the primary translator between the two forms of intelligence, helping each side understand the other's perspectives and needs. But even as the revelation process proceeded smoothly, all of them were aware that they were approaching a critical threshold. The network of understanding individuals on Earth was approaching the size where it could no longer remain secret. Soon the reality of alien intelligence would become public knowledge, and humanity would face its greatest challenge since the development of consciousness itself. The moment of global revelation came not through planned disclosure, but through an event that the alien intelligence had been monitoring with growing concern. Climate monitoring stations around the world began detecting anomalous atmospheric changes, subtle shifts in temperature and pressure patterns that suggested the Earth's weather systems were approaching a critical instability threshold. The alien intelligence, through its global network of human collaborators, immediately recognized the crisis. Without intervention, Earth's climate would shift into a new stable state within the next few decades, one that would make large portions of the planet uninhabitable for human civilization. Sarah received the urgent communication while she was in the strategic planning chamber at the Pluto station. The patterns on the crystalline walls shifted from the usual calm mathematical progressions to rapid urgent sequences that conveyed the gravity of the situation. They're accelerating the timeline, she told her 3 colleagues. The climate situation on Earth is more critical than anyone realized. The alien intelligence says we have maybe 5 years to implement large-scale technological changes, or human civilization faces collapse. Webb immediately understood the implications. The gradual revelation process was designed to take decades. If we have to compress it into 5 years, there's going to be massive social disruption. Liu was already working to expand the communication network to handle the increased information flow. We need to bring more people into the collaboration network, and we need to do it quickly. The alien intelligence has technologies that could stabilize Earth's climate, but only if we can build the infrastructure to implement them. Rodriguez saw the cultural challenges clearly. People aren't prepared for this. We're talking about revealing alien intelligence and implementing revolutionary technologies simultaneously. The psychological and social impact will be enormous. But the alien intelligence had anticipated this possibility. Through the network of chambers in the Ice City, it began sharing emergency protocols that it had developed for exactly this situation. Other species had faced similar crises during their development, and the galactic community had learned how to manage rapid technological and social transitions. The key was creating what the alien intelligence called stability anchors, institutions and individuals who could maintain social cohesion during the transformation process. These anchors would include religious leaders who could help people integrate alien contact with their spiritual beliefs, political figures who could manage the governmental transitions, and cultural figures who could help societies adapt to new realities. Sarah found herself coordinating a global communication network that included some of the most influential people on Earth. The process had been in development for months, with the alien intelligence subtly preparing key individuals for the revelations to come. Cardinal Martinez at the Vatican had been experiencing what he thought were mystical visions, but which were actually carefully crafted communications from the alien intelligence designed to help him understand that contact with alien life was compatible with Catholic theology. President Chen of the European Federation had been receiving strategic advice through channels she assumed were advanced AI systems, but which were actually guidance from the alien network about how to prepare her government for technological revolution. Dr. Rashid Al-Mansouri, the Secretary General of the United Nations, had been working with what he thought were breakthrough climate models, but which were actually alien analyses of Earth's environmental systems. The revelation process began with a carefully orchestrated series of announcements from trusted institutions around the world. The Vatican released a theological statement affirming that contact with intelligent alien life would represent expansion of God's creation rather than a challenge to religious faith. The European Federation announced the discovery of revolutionary climate stabilization technologies. The United Nations called for an emergency session to address what it termed unprecedented opportunities for global cooperation. But the real revelation came through direct demonstration, using the network of crystalline formations that had been secretly established at research institutions around the world. The alien intelligence began manifesting itself in ways that could not be denied or explained away. At Tokyo University, Dr. Nakamura's ice formations suddenly expanded into room-sized structures that began displaying real-time weather data from around the planet, along with detailed proposals for atmospheric modification technologies. At the University of Sao Paulo, Professor Santos' communication equipment began receiving detailed engineering specifications for fusion power systems that operated on principles human science had never discovered. At the University of Lagos, Dr. Okafor's crystalline sculptures began demonstrating manufacturing techniques that could convert atmospheric carbon dioxide into advanced construction materials. The global response was exactly what Sarah and her colleagues had feared: panic in some quarters, skepticism in others, and attempts by various governments and corporations to seize control of the alien technologies for their own advantage. But the alien intelligence had prepared for these reactions. The crystalline formations were designed to respond only to genuine collaborative intent. Attempts to exploit or weaponize the technologies resulted in the formations becoming inert. Only researchers and organizations that demonstrated authentic commitment to global cooperation could maintain active contact with the alien intelligence. Within weeks, the world had divided into two camps: those who embraced the reality of alien intelligence and began working with it to address Earth's crises, and those who rejected the evidence and retreated into denial or hostility. Sarah found herself at the center of a global transformation that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Humanity was being offered the knowledge and tools it needed to survive and prosper, but only if it could overcome the competitive and territorial instincts that had dominated its history. The alien intelligence was patient but firm in its requirements. The climate crisis meant that time was limited, but the technologies it was offering required cooperative implementation on a global scale. Nations would have to work together, corporations would have to share resources, and individuals would have to accept radical changes in how they lived and worked. It's not just about accepting alien intelligence, Sarah realized during one of her communication sessions with the network. It's about humanity growing up as a species, learning to think and act collectively instead of just individually. The process wasn't smooth. There were setbacks, conflicts, and moments when it seemed like the revelation might trigger more problems than it solved. But gradually the combination of undeniable evidence and urgent necessity began to overcome resistance. The crystalline formations continued to grow and spread, appearing in major cities around the world and offering direct contact with the alien intelligence to anyone who approached with genuine openness and collaborative intent. The communications were always adapted to local languages, cultures, and knowledge systems, making the alien intelligence accessible to people from every background. Artists found their creativity expanded by exposure to alien aesthetic principles. Scientists discovered new paradigms that revolutionized their understanding of physics, biology, and consciousness. Engineers learned to build technologies that worked with natural systems instead of against them. But perhaps most importantly, ordinary people began to experience direct contact with a form of intelligence that was vast, ancient, and profoundly committed.
Epilogue. The Long View. 10 years after first contact, Sarah Chen stood in the observatory of New Geneva Station, humanity's first permanent settlement in orbit around Jupiter. Through the massive windows, she could see the swirling clouds of the gas giant below, but her attention was focused on the small bright star that was Earth, now just another point of light in the vast cosmic display. The view reminded her of that moment on Pluto when she had first looked up at the night sky and felt the weight of cosmic isolation. How different everything seemed now. Earth wasn't isolated. It was part of a vast network of conscious beings that spanned the galaxy. Humanity wasn't alone. It was part of a community that had been waiting for millennia to welcome a new member. The transformation hadn't been easy or complete. There were still conflicts on Earth, still people who rejected the reality of alien intelligence, still problems that couldn't be solved by advanced technology alone. But the overall trajectory was clear. Humanity was growing up, learning to think beyond the limitations of a single planet and the immediate needs of individual survival. The crystalline formations that had started as mysterious alien artifacts had evolved into something that was neither purely human nor purely alien, but a genuine fusion of the two forms of consciousness. They served as communication networks, manufacturing centers, artistic installations, educational facilities, and spiritual gathering places all at once. The children who had grown up with these formations thought differently than previous generations of humans. They understood mathematics as living patterns, saw consciousness as a fundamental force like gravity or electromagnetism, and approached problems with an intuitive grasp of systems, thinking that amazed their elders. Sarah's own daughter, born 3 years after first contact, could communicate with the alien intelligence as naturally as she spoke with other children. To her, the idea that humans had once thought they were alone in the universe seemed as strange as the idea that they had once believed the Earth was flat. Dr. Webb had aged gracefully into his role as humanity's primary technological coordinator. His hair was completely white now, but his eyes still sparkled with the excitement of discovery. The manufacturing systems he had helped develop were producing materials that seemed almost magical, substances stronger than any natural material, but grown from simple atmospheric gases, energy storage devices that could power entire cities from quantum fluctuations, transportation systems that moved people across continents in minutes without environmental impact. We're not just using advanced technology, he often told visitors to his research facilities. We're learning to think like the universe itself, to work with natural patterns instead of fighting against them. Dr. Liu had established communication with over 300 different alien civilizations through the galactic network. Each one had its own unique perspective on consciousness, reality, and the meaning of existence. The diversity was staggering. Beings of pure energy that lived in the cores of stars, collective intelligences that spanned entire solar systems, crystalline entities that thought in geological time, and biological species, so different from humans that communication required entirely new forms of mathematics. But despite their differences, All of these civilizations shared certain common values: respect for consciousness in all its forms, commitment to sustainable development, and dedication to the patient work of helping younger species mature into galactic citizenship. The universe is far stranger and more wonderful than we ever imagined, Liu reported in his regular broadcasts to Earth. But it's also more welcoming than we dared to hope. Every form of consciousness has something unique to contribute to the cosmic community. Dr. Rodriguez had become something like humanity's poet laureate for the cosmic age. Her art installations, created in collaboration with alien intelligence, had become pilgrimage destinations for people seeking to understand their place in the larger universe. Her most famous work, The Consciousness Garden in the former Sahara Desert, was a vast crystalline formation that allowed visitors to experience brief contact with the minds of beings from dozens of different worlds. Art has become our universal language, she explained to the millions of people who visited her installations each year. Through beauty, through the direct experience of wonder and meaning, we can communicate with forms of consciousness that are completely unlike our own. But it was the personal transformations that Sarah found most remarkable. Humans who had lived their entire lives focused on competition, accumulation, and individual survival were discovering the profound satisfaction that came from being part of something larger than themselves. The crime rates had plummeted as people found meaning and purpose in collaborative projects. Depression and anxiety had become rare as individuals developed a sense of connection to the cosmic community. The marriage that Sarah had lost during those lonely days on Pluto had been replaced by something far deeper, a sense of partnership, not just with other humans, but with consciousness itself. She had learned that love wasn't limited to romantic relationships or even to human connections. It was a fundamental force that operated throughout the universe, binding conscious beings together in networks of care and mutual support. Standing in the observatory of New Geneva Station, Sarah activated a communication link with the Pluto Research Station, where it had all begun. The ice city there had grown into something that resembled a vast cathedral of crystalline architecture, its spires reaching up into the thin atmosphere like frozen prayers made visible. Dr. Martinez, who had taken over Sarah's original position as station director, appeared in holographic projection beside her. Behind him, the familiar patterns of light and meaning flowed across the chamber walls. "How are things progressing with the new contact protocols?" Sarah asked. De Martinez smiled. "Better than we hoped. The alien intelligence has refined the process based on everything we learned from Earth's transition. The next species to make contact, there in the Proxima Centauri system, should have a much smoother integration experience." Sarah nodded. Humanity had been invited to participate in the next First Contact event, serving as cultural ambassadors to help another young species navigate the transition to galactic citizenship. It was both an honor and a responsibility that still amazed her. "Any word from the deep space exploration teams?" she asked. "Fascinating developments. The team investigating the galactic core has found evidence of civilizations that are millions of years old, beings that have transcended physical existence entirely and exist as pure patterns of consciousness in the quantum foam of space-time itself." Sarah felt the familiar thrill of discovery. Even after 10 years of revelations that had revolutionized human understanding of the universe, there were still mysteries that stretched the imagination to its limits. "And the retrospective analysis of Earth's development," she continued. Martinez's expression became more serious. "The alien intelligence has shared their complete records of humanity's evolutionary path. It's remarkable, Sarah. They've been subtly influencing human development for over 50,000 years, helping us develop the cognitive and cultural capabilities we needed to eventually make successful contact, influencing how, through dreams, primarily, inspiring key individuals at crucial moments in history. The development of mathematics, art, philosophy, science, all of it was gently guided to prepare us for this moment." Sarah thought about her own journey,
from the lonely geologist on Pluto to her current role as one of humanity's primary coordinators for galactic integration. How much of her path had been guided by influences she hadn't recognized. But as she considered the question, she realized it didn't matter. Whatever forces had shaped her journey, the choices had still been hers. The alien intelligence had provided opportunities and inspiration, but humans had to choose to accept them. The important thing, she said finally, is that we made the right choices when it mattered. Martinez nodded. And we're still making them. Every day, we choose to grow rather than stagnate, to cooperate rather than compete, to explore rather than remain comfortable with what we already know. As their conversation continued, Sarah found herself thinking about the long arc of human development, from a species that had barely survived the ice ages to a civilization that was taking its first steps among the stars. The transformation seemed miraculous, but she understood now that it was simply the natural result of consciousness reaching a critical threshold of complexity and cooperation. Every species that had successfully joined the galactic community had gone through a similar process. They had all faced the same fundamental choice: grow beyond the limitations of their origin world, or remain trapped by fear and competition until they destroyed themselves. Humanity had chosen growth, but the choice had to be made again and again, by each generation, and ultimately by each individual. As Sarah ended her communication with Martinez and returned to her work coordinating humanity's expanding presence in the outer solar system, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought her to this moment. The loneliness she had felt on the frozen plains of Pluto had been transformed into a profound sense of connection that spanned not just the solar system, but the galaxy itself. She thought about the children being born in human settlements throughout the solar system, growing up with an understanding of consciousness and community that would have seemed impossible to previous generations. They would face challenges that she couldn't imagine, make discoveries that would dwarf even the revelation of alien intelligence, and eventually take humanity to places in the universe that remained uncharted even by the ancient civilizations of the galactic core. But they would not face those challenges alone. They would be part of a community of conscious beings that stretched across space and time, united by shared values of curiosity, compassion, and the patient work of helping consciousness itself evolve toward ever greater complexity and beauty. The journey that had begun with a single footstep in the snow on Pluto was continuing, would always be continuing, as long as there were minds capable of wonder and hearts capable of love in the vast living universe that was their home. 15 years had passed since Sarah Chen first walked across the nitrogen snow of Pluto and encountered something that changed the course of human history. Now, approaching her 60th birthday, she served as Director of Cosmic Relations for the Solar Federation, humanity's governing body for interplanetary affairs. Her office aboard Titan Station overlooked Saturn's magnificent rings, but today, her attention was focused on data streaming in from humanity's most ambitious project yet, the Deep Field Observatory, positioned at the edge of the Oort cloud, where the solar system's gravitational influence gave way to true interstellar space. The observatory's primary mission was to study the galactic civilization network in detail, mapping the connections between different star systems and trying to understand the larger patterns of consciousness evolution throughout the galaxy. But what they had discovered was far more profound than anyone had anticipated. Dr. Kenji Nakamura, now in his 70s but still sharp as the day he first reproduced the crystalline formation techniques, appeared on Sarah's communication screen from the Deep Field Observatory. "Sarah, you need to see this," he said, his voice carrying the same excitement she remembered from their first breakthrough moments. "We've been analyzing the quantum communication patterns across the galactic network, and we've found something extraordinary." The display filled with a three-dimensional map of the galaxy that showed not just the locations of star systems, but the flows of information and consciousness between them. It was beautiful in its complexity, streams of light connecting thousands of points across hundreds of thousands of light years. At first we thought we were just mapping the communication network, Nakamura continued. But as we gathered more data, we realized we were seeing something much more fundamental. The entire galaxy appears to be organized as a single vast intelligence. Sarah leaned forward, studying the patterns. You mean the galactic network itself is conscious? Not just conscious, Nakamura replied. Creative. The patterns show clear signs of intentional design, of artistic choice, of what we can only call aesthetic judgment. The galaxy isn't just a collection of separate civilizations, it's a unified consciousness that experiences and creates on a scale we're only beginning to comprehend. The implications were staggering. If the galaxy itself was conscious, then every star system, every planet, every form of life was part of a vast cosmic mind. Humanity's journey from isolated species to galactic citizen wasn't just evolution, it was more like neurons connecting to a cosmic brain. How does this change our understanding of the contact process? Sarah asked. Everything makes more sense now, Nakamura explained. The alien intelligence that contacted us isn't separate from us. It's the galaxy itself, reaching out to help a new part of its consciousness come online. The crystalline formations, the mathematical teachings, the gradual revelation process, it's all part of how the galactic mind integrates new forms of awareness. Sarah thought about her own journey from the lonely researcher on Pluto to her current role, coordinating humanity's place in the cosmic community. Had she been following her own choices, or had she been guided by the subtle influence of a galactic consciousness that was helping her find her proper place in the larger pattern? What about individual autonomy? She asked. If we're all part of a galactic mind, do our personal choices matter? Nakamura smiled. That's the beautiful part. The galactic consciousness doesn't work by controlling its components. It works by creating conditions where each form of awareness can develop its unique potential. Your choices matter precisely because they're yours. The galaxy needs human consciousness to be genuinely human in order to contribute what only humans can contribute. The conversation.
Most disturbing of all, they showed her alternative timelines where things went wrong. Futures where humanity rejected the galactic consciousness and retreated into isolation, eventually destroying itself through warfare and environmental collapse. Futures where humanity accepted alien guidance too completely and lost its unique identity, becoming just another species in the galactic collective without contributing anything original to cosmic evolution. The path we represent is narrow, the future humans admitted. It requires maintaining the perfect balance between independence and cooperation, between human nature and cosmic consciousness. But if achieved, it leads to possibilities that transcend anything currently imaginable. As the communication session ended, Sarah found herself facing a dilemma that seemed to violate everything she understood about free will and moral responsibility. If she acted on the information from the future, was she making free choices or simply following a predetermined script? If she ignored the warnings and advice, could she be responsible for condemning humanity to a lesser fate? Dr. Nakamura had been monitoring the communication from outside the chamber. When Sarah emerged, he was waiting with questions that reflected his own struggle to understand what they had witnessed. "Do you think they're really from our future?" he asked. "Or could this be some kind of test or deception from the galactic consciousness?" Sarah considered the question carefully. The mathematical signatures and consciousness patterns had felt authentically human, but evolved far beyond current human capabilities. "I think they're real," she said finally. "But I also think the situation is more complex than they presented. If consciousness exists outside normal time, then past and future might not be as fixed as we assume." Over the following days, more temporal communications arrived, not just from the future humans, but from other points in time and space. Ancient civilizations that had faced similar choices millions of years ago sent advice based on their experiences. Alien species from distant galaxies shared information about their own encounters with temporal confluence events. Most intriguingly, Sarah began receiving messages from versions of herself, Narcon consciousness patterns that had made different choices at key moments and existed in parallel timelines. Some of these alternate Sarahs had become purely scientific researchers, others had focused on artistic and cultural development, still others had chosen paths of political leadership or spiritual exploration. We are all real, they told her. We exist in parallel branches of the quantum multiverse, but during the temporal confluence, the barriers between these branches will weaken. The choices you make won't just determine your timeline, they'll influence all possible timelines. The revelation was staggering. Sarah wasn't just making decisions for her own reality, but for infinite versions of reality existing in parallel quantum states. The responsibility was almost too much to bear. Dr. Rodriguez arrived at the Deep Field Observatory to help analyze the temporal communications. Her expertise in consciousness and creativity provided crucial insights into what they were experiencing. I think the temporal confluence isn't just a natural phenomenon, she suggested during one of their planning sessions. I think it's actually created by the galactic consciousness as a kind of evolutionary checkpoint. When species reach a certain level of development, they're given the opportunity to participate in optimizing their own timeline. This interpretation made sense to Sarah. The galactic consciousness operated on scales of time and space that dwarfed human understanding. From its perspective, guiding species through temporal confluence events might be part of the normal process of cosmic evolution. But it also raised new questions about the nature of free will and individual choice. If the galactic consciousness was orchestrating these events, were the messages from the future genuine communications from free agents, or were they part of an elaborate guidance system designed to lead humanity toward predetermined outcomes? Dr. Liu's arrival from his Jupiter research station added another perspective to their discussions. His experience with interstellar communication had given him insights into the relationship between consciousness and information across vast distances. I don't think it matters whether the future humans are real in the conventional sense, he argued. What matters is that the information they're providing is useful for helping humanity make better choices, whether they exist in our actual future or in some parallel possibility. Their advice is based on genuine experience with the consequences of different decisions. As Sarah considered Liu's perspective, she began to develop her own understanding of the temporal confluence phenomenon. Rather than thinking of it as predetermined fate or external manipulation, she began to see it as an opportunity for consciousness itself to participate in the creation of reality. The galactic consciousness wasn't controlling the process, it was facilitating it, providing the conditions where evolved forms of awareness could collaborate across time and space to optimize the development of the universe itself. This realization came with both relief and renewed responsibility. Sarah wasn't just following orders from the future or executing the plans of alien intelligences. She was participating in a collaborative, creative process that involved every form of consciousness that had ever existed or ever could exist. The choices she made during the temporal confluence would be genuinely her own, but they would be informed by the wisdom and experience of infinite possibilities for what consciousness could become. As news of the temporal communication spread through the Solar Federation, Sarah found herself at the center of a debate that challenged humanity's fundamental understanding of reality. The scientific community was split between those who embraced the implications of consciousness existing outside normal time, and those who argued
that the messages must be elaborate hoaxes or hallucinations. Religious leaders struggled to integrate the concept of temporal communication into their theological frameworks. Some saw it as proof of divine intervention in human affairs, others as evidence that traditional concepts of divine providence needed to be completely reconsidered. Political leaders worried about the implications for governance and decision-making. If the future was known and potentially malleable, what did that mean for democratic processes and individual freedom? But for Sarah, the most challenging aspect wasn't the public debate. It was the private burden of carrying information that could reshape human history. Every decision she made now carried the weight of infinite consequences across multiple timelines. The future humans had provided her with specific information about key events that would occur over the next 7 years, leading up to the temporal confluence. Some of these events seemed inevitable: technological breakthroughs that were already in development, political changes that were logical extensions of current trends, but others required active intervention, critical research projects that would be cancelled unless she could find ways to fund them, diplomatic crises that could spiral into conflict unless key individuals could be influenced to make different choices. Most challenging of all, she had been shown that her own daughter would play a crucial role in humanity's future development. The young woman's unique perspective, shaped by growing up in the post-contact era, would make her an ideal bridge between human and cosmic consciousness during the temporal confluence. But the future humans had also shown Sarah the psychological pressure that this responsibility would place on her daughter. In some timelines, the burden led to breakthrough insights that accelerated human development. In others, it resulted in mental collapse and withdrawal from public life. Sarah found herself faced with an impossible choice. Should she prepare her daughter for the role she would need to play, knowing that the preparation itself might change her in ways that would alter the timeline? Or should she protect her daughter's innocence and risk that humanity would miss its opportunity for optimal development? The dilemma kept Sarah awake during the long journey back to Titan Station. She stood in the observation lounge of her transport, watching Jupiter's moons slowly wheel through their ancient orbits, and wondered if the inhabitants of those worlds were also struggling with temporal paradoxes and the burden of infinite possibility. Her meditation was interrupted by an unexpected communication from Dr. Webb, now in his 80s and serving as emeritus advisor to the Solar Federation's Technology Council. "Sarah, I've been analyzing the temporal data you shared with the Leadership Council." Webb's holographic image appeared beside her. "I think I've found something important that the future humans didn't explicitly mention." Webb shared his analysis on the transport's display system. He had been studying the mathematical patterns underlying the temporal communications and had discovered subtle variations that suggested the messages weren't coming from a single future timeline. "Look at these quantum signatures," Webb explained. "They're consistent with multiple parallel sources, different versions of future humanity, that all manage to develop temporal communication capabilities. But the interesting thing is that they're not all giving you the same advice." Sarah studied Webb's analysis and began to see what he meant. The messages she had received contained subtle contradictions and variations in emphasis that she had initially attributed to translation difficulties. But Webb's mathematical analysis showed that they were actually coming from different future timelines that had made slightly different choices during their own temporal confluence events. "So I'm not receiving advice from a single optimal future," Sarah realized. "I'm receiving input from multiple possible futures, each trying to influence the timeline toward their own version of optimal development." Webb nodded grimly. "Which means the burden is even greater than you thought. You're not just choosing between success and failure. You're choosing between different definitions of what success means for humanity's future." This revelation transformed Sarah's understanding of her situation. Rather than following a predetermined path toward a known optimal outcome, She was participating in a complex negotiation between multiple versions of future humanity, each with their own vision of what the species should become. Some of the future humans emphasized technological transcendence, humanity evolving into purely digital consciousness that could exist throughout the galaxy in computational substrates. Others focused on biological enhancement, humans who had integrated alien genetic material to become physically capable of surviving in any environment. Still others advocated for spiritual transcendence, humanity developing consciousness capabilities that allowed direct interface with the fundamental quantum structures of reality. And some promoted cultural transcendence, humans who had learned to create art and meaning on cosmic scales while maintaining their essential humanity. All of these futures were presented as optimal, but Sarah began to understand that they were actually competing visions of what human consciousness could become. Her choices during the temporal confluence would determine which of these visions would manifest as reality. The weight of this responsibility was almost paralyzing. How could one person make decisions that would determine the ultimate fate of human consciousness? How could anyone choose between transcendence paths that all offered extraordinary possibilities? But as Sarah struggled with these questions, she began to receive communications from a different source, messages that came not from the future, but from the present moment itself. The galactic consciousness, speaking through the crystalline formations that now existed throughout the solar system, began offering its own perspective on the temporal confluence. The choice is not between predetermined outcomes. The galactic consciousness explained through patterns of meaning that bypassed language. The choice is about the process of choosing itself. How does consciousness engage with infinite possibility? How does awareness create reality? Through the act of observation and decision. This guidance helped Sarah understand that the temporal confluence wasn't really about selecting the best possible future from a menu of options. It was about developing humanity's capacity to consciously participate in the creation of reality itself. Every form of consciousness in the galaxy has faced similar moments of choice. The galactic consciousness continued. What matters is not the specific outcome, but whether the choosing process strengthens or weakens the consciousness making the choice. Sarah began to see her role differently. Instead of trying to determine the objectively best future for humanity, she needed to focus on making choices that would enhance human consciousness's capacity for wisdom, creativity, and ethical reasoning. The specific outcomes would follow naturally from that enhanced capacity. This perspective reduced the burden of impossible responsibility, while actually increasing the importance of the choices themselves. Sarah wasn't responsible for ensuring a particular future. She was responsible for helping humanity develop the consciousness capabilities it would need to create wise futures for itself. As her transport approached Titan Station, Sarah felt a new sense of clarity about her path forward. She would share the information from the future timelines with humanity's leadership, but she would frame it as input for collective decision-making, rather than prophecy to be followed. She would prepare her daughter for the challenges ahead, but by developing her general capabilities for wisdom and ethical reasoning, rather than training her for a specific role. Most importantly, she would approach the temporal confluence as an opportunity for humanity to mature as a conscious species, to take responsibility for actively creating its own future rather than simply reacting to circumstances. The crystalline formations throughout the solar system began to pulse with what felt like approval as Sarah solidified her understanding. The galactic consciousness had been waiting for humanity to reach this level of mature responsibility for its own development. Now you are ready for the deeper teachings, came the final communication as Sarah docked at Titan Station. The temporal confluence is just the beginning of what becomes possible when consciousness learns to consciously participate in the creation of reality itself.